All right, it's 7 o'clock. We can get started, and hopefully David will be here shortly. So this meeting is being held remotely currently due to the Governor Baker's still having an emergency order in place. Members are participating remotely. Currently, the members participating remotely are Dana Alera, Michelle Bailey, Anna Cizik, Michelle Horrigan, Julia Campbell, and Peter Wolzik. This meeting is being recorded by HW Cam, so be aware that you are being recorded. All votes will be by roll call, and that's that. So we have some time allotted right now for citizens' comments. If citizens wish to speak before the committee, they will need to identify themselves by name and address. Speakers are allowed 3 minutes to present materials. Michelle Horrigan will indicate to you when your time is up. Once you join the panel, you are able to see us, so you should keep an eye out for that. After she's warned you, if you go beyond that, we will ask you to stop. We will not recognize somebody twice if other people are wanting to speak, because there is a limited amount of time. So if you would like to speak, feel free to use the little button that says raise hand, and then we'll know that you want to speak and we will call on you. And there are 4 people with their hands raised. So we have those down. So one of them is Selectman from Hamilton. So I'm just going to call on her first. So Rosie Kennedy, and then I'm going to write the rest of the names down here. Dana.
I just wanted to see that. Did you see that Mary Koppel has put in, she put her in the Q&A. She asked to
Yep,
speak.
and she also has her hand raised.
Okay,
so I'm
sorry.
putting her name down here too.
Okay. Is that all right?
Yeah. Some of the
Okay.
privileges of being elected is you get to go first.
That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for your time tonight. I just wanted to make a brief comment. I'm aware of the joint Board of Selectmen school committee chair meeting last night, and I wanted to tell you how encouraged I am by the results of that meeting. The efforts to arrive at a budget number that prevents town overrides is a win-win for everybody. And I have nephews in the schools and also am a selectman, so I certainly see both sides of the financial issues. But this budget amendment specifically is a positive first step in building a lasting collegial relationship that in the long run will prevent overrides now and in the future. And I applaud everybody who was there at the meeting for their work and their commitment to this. And then finally, I'd just like to say I'm very, very happy that President Biden has decided that teachers and school personnel will be first, will be at the head of the line now for COVID vaccines, and look forward to having everybody vaccinated and having our children safely back to school as soon as possible. So thank you again for your time.
Super. Thank you. Okay, so the way they came up on the list may be in the order that they raise their hand. Allie Moffett. And then after her is Kevin Sano. And then after her is Mary Koppel.
Huh. I don't know if we lost her.
Oh, did we lose Allie? You know what? That happened before. I think she spoke one time before and we lost her then too. All right, go ahead and have Kevin speak. And if Allie comes back,
I'll get her all set.
Grab her, yeah.
Kevin, you're all set?
Start my video. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm here tonight to ask that you consider reinstating the 6th grade Spanish. The budget and student scheduling are currently being discussed and will be approved in the coming weeks. As we plan, I have questions about strategy or vision for moving forward that impacts scheduling, but not the budget. I'm convinced that the current funding can be reallocated in a more effective way, in a way that would benefit the most students, but it's a choice our district needs to make. For those of you who may not know me, I'm an institutional historian for the district. I've been a Spanish teacher here since 1991. I became department head in 1997. I've dedicated my professional career to making the World Language Program at Hamilton Wenham the best program possible. Over the past 3 decades, the World Language Department has had to be flexible regarding massive changes to our offerings. Within the last 20 years, we began to build a K-12 elementary program in French and Spanish. We then reversed course, eliminating both 4th and 5th grade language and scrapping the plan and the vision due to the budget. We have seen French reduced, then eliminated, and Latin added, then eliminated, Mandarin added, and most recently, the 6th grade world language program eliminated. In a letter to the school committee and the superintendent, I shared the current enrollment numbers and the data with regards to our programming. Before we are past the point of no return, I believe this is the time to reassess our priorities. I asked the committee and the community, what is your vision for world language? Shouldn't we be offering the opportunity to start world languages as early as possible? How can we rethink what we are currently doing to include more students and provide them with the opportunity to start language earlier? With our limited resources, we need to have a strategy that can bring back world languages to the 6th grade and that will set our students on the path of attaining the seal of biliteracy. For those who may not know, we were one of the first districts to offer students a chance to obtain the seal of biliteracy, earned when students can demonstrate proficiency in English and a second language. Language study should be started as early as possible and should continue for as long as possible. By starting world language in the 6th grade, my vision, of course, would start in elementary. However, that would be a budget issue. More students would benefit sooner. Budget issues are not new to Hamilton Wenham. In fact, not so long ago, we became a one language district because of our limited resources. We worked hard to make our language program the best ever, and it was at the time. We were one of the few school districts who offered a world language class as a core subject every day to middle schoolers. So I ask you, is it better to offer one language and do it really well, or continue offering 2? When we transitioned to offer 2 programs, there was no increase in our budget. It was a reallocation. I'm suggesting that it may be time to think about that again. How do we give more students the opportunity to experience world languages given our limited resources? Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your answers.
Thank you. And so then Mary, and I'll look and see if Allie made it back.
She did.
She did
Yeah.
fantastic. So
Do you want me to bring Mary and then Allie?
yeah, let's try and do Allie. That way, if there's another
Yeah, let's see. If we have-
technical issue, we can be sure to give her a second chance.
There we go.
Awesome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. We're glad you made it back.
Yeah,
Let's see what
thanks.
happened.
Yeah, so Allie Moffat at 2 Smithwood Terrace in Hamilton. I wanted to express my gratitude for all the continued efforts and also express a tremendous concern. The administration and the school committee have been falsely and incompletely representing data and best practice through all communication channels to appear that they are making evidence-based decisions on a return agenda. This includes education performance and the wants and needs of parents, teachers, and staff. This type of placation calls into question the ethical integrity of the decision makers. The administration has presented that there have been conversations with teachers who are in support of students coming back to school even at less than 6 feet. Given the recent data from the survey, this was not the case, with only 20% in support. Knowing this information ahead of time may impact the parents' answers, as many parents support the teachers, and I would ask that the parent survey be redone knowing this more accurate input from teachers. The administration misrepresented industry research and oversimplified the topic of literacy concerns as a driving force for in-person learning for K-1. In the fall of 2020, the elementary school principals reported K-1 students were actually progressing further than before in the hybrid model with the smaller class sizes. However, a few weeks later, K1 was brought back fully in person 4 days a week. With this discrepancy, a decision was made in conflict with the data. As a speech and language pathologist, I wholeheartedly agree that early literacy is extremely important as a fundamental component of academic success and should be a priority. Like most acquired skills, literacy is assessed by a series of milestones. In general education, K1 literacy skills are very much reliant on auditory access for phonemic and phonological awareness. While mask wearing is a crucial mitigation strategy for COVID-19, masks can alter perceptions of receptive speech sounds and also hide inaccurate sound productions, leading to inaccurate reinforcement. Third and fourth grade students are transitioning from learning how to read to reading to learn. This involves the expectation for those students to read with comprehension and critical thinking skills to facilitate acquisition of new knowledge through text. And for this district, going into a junior high model. It is clear that literacy concerns were not the primary driving force of this decision, as older elementary students were not even discussed or presented as an option for prioritization. I am asking this district to start making decisions and creating action plans, including implementation strategies that are rooted in evidence-based practice and following the science that best supports our students and staff, while concurrently communicating those decisions and plans cohesively and coherently to all stakeholders. I encourage and support the school committee to hold this district accountable to provide a quality education for all students, regardless of the platform, and create access to the education for every student, including the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person who wanted to speak, and then public comments will be over, is Mary Coppell. Oh, and she's got her fancy picture up. Oh, there you go. Okay.
I should have left my fancy picture up. That would be a lot better. At the end of the day, face.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Mary Montgomery Coppell, 40 Perkins Street in Wenham. I wanted to comment on the district's planning for a return to full in-person learning. The exhibit outlining the leadership team's plan was added to the meeting agenda right before this meeting. So I realize that not all families tuning in have had a chance to read or digest it, and the school committee has not had much time with it either. Nonetheless, I wanted to speak up tonight. I want to thank the district leadership team for pulling together this detailed, thorough, thoughtful, and feasible plan. I read it with some trepidation. Are we really ready for 5 days a week? But after seeing the details, I'm nothing short of thrilled. We love and value our teachers and school staff so dearly, and we want to do everything we can to keep them safe. We are so pleased to see that the district will be facilitating vaccine clinics for the teachers and staff. Teachers won't have to wait in those notorious online queues for hours on end to sign up for elusive vaccines at the state-run sites. That truly is a game changer, at least to my mind. Students need in-person learning. This has become abundantly clear over the past year as we parents have watched them suffer emotionally and decline academically. As you all know, many of us families have been pressuring the district to work on planning a full return to in-person school, and there has been a lot of tension in many of the discussions and communications. At this point, I just want to express my tremendous gratitude that our concerns have not only been heard, but that the district is moving forward to best serve our students. Thank you, Superintendent Banyos, for pulling this together. Thank you, school committee, for supporting the leadership team's plan. Should this come to a vote, and I do not know if that is even how this works, I implore you to lend your full support to our students' full return on April 5th. That's all. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. The next thing is, Dana.
As we have in our protocols, can we please turn off the chat and the Q&A?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So now we have Ethan, who is here to give us an update on student government and the goings on.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Mrs. Banyas, would you be able to enable screen sharing, please?
I certainly can, Ethan. Hold on.
Thank you.
Trying to do a number of different things here. Give me a sec.
I'd just like to say the person who's saying that disabling chat is so old. we would not allow you to yell out in our meetings if we were in person. And that is exactly what we're doing, is following the same process we would if we were in person. So we always are welcome to make comments at the beginning, but you are not allowed to comment throughout the meeting. So
Thank you. Ethan, you should be all set.
Yep, thank you. Let me just present. There we go. February 2021 Student Representative Report by the Student Body Government. The student government has a lot of exciting class activities in the pipeline for March. Restaurant fundraisers have been going strong as the go-to method of fundraising for individual class governments, with the juniors hosting a fundraiser at Bertucci's on March 16th. Many classes are also releasing their t-shirt designs in anticipation for Spirit Week events. We've had some good news about the senior prom as well. While it is far from confirmed, the new regulations that allow 150 people in outdoor venues may open up a possibility for an outdoor senior prom. The class is currently contacting their venue to consider their options. Opportunities like an outdoor prom will hopefully continue throughout the spring. With the weather warming and school winding down, there are definitely more events and fundraisers in the future for all classes, and especially for the outgoing senior class. HW Gives Back has kicked off their fundraiser for the month of March. This month, classes will be donating art supplies to the Eric's Camp Fund. The Eric's Camp Fund seeks to help send seriously ill children to the Hole in the Wall Gang Camp in Connecticut, where they can enjoy a summer participating in fun camp activities. Each class is urged to collect a different kind of art supply, with seniors collecting coloring books, juniors collecting friendship bracelets, sophomores collecting drawing supplies, and freshmen collecting clay and model magic. This fundraiser also marks the beginning of Spirit Week, with points being awarded to the class who's able to donate the most toward the fund. Speaking of Spirit Week, 3 months after its normal time slot, student government is in the final stages of planning for Spirit Week on the week of April 12th. We currently have a lot planned for Spirit Week, with both outdoor and indoor sports activities taking place throughout the week. Remote activities are also going to be integral in order to make sure both remote students and hybrid students get the most out of Spirit Week. Although in a best case scenario, more of the remote students will return to school in the springtime. Ultimately, COVID safety is a top priority and has been taken into account with every activity taking place during Spirit Week. We want to encourage the fun and excitement that normally accompanies such an energetic week, but large crowds and contact sports will be left out this year. Hopefully, Spirit Week can provide some of the necessary fun for students who have endured a long and at many times stressful year. Thank you.
we should look into having the tent at town meeting be the outdoor venue.
We'll think about it.
Like, that would be amazing. Take down the chairs, put up, and have a big party. That would be awesome. Okay. So the fundraisers that were coming up, I wrote down was March 16th. Is that correct?
Yes, the juniors are holding a Bertucci's restaurant fundraiser.
All right. So we should get that out and about to the community. Nice pickup at the end of the day. Does anybody have questions for Ethan? Great. Next meeting, we're going to have the recognition of sports and an update on the, what did we decide that was called? The wedge season. So
Yeah.
do you participate in any of those wedge season? I guess it's really just football, I think.
Then no.
Okay. Super. All right. So
before we move on to new business, I'm actually wondering why the executive session is at the end of the meeting when there are topics that concern things on the agenda. Right, so we're either negotiating.
Yeah, so are you talking about the MOU having to do with
So a return to school plan, yes. And our position in bargaining that, yes.
a lot of stuff shifted in the last couple of days.
So a lot of things shifted in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a lot on the plate tonight, right? And this has to be done correctly. Excuse me.
Yeah.
The fact that all this information just got put in today would not have flown last year or any of the previous 5 years that I've been here.
That's why I called.
Way too big of a decision to be made.
If I could just interject, there's no decision being asked to be made this evening, but a general plan being put forth.
So I will once again stress that I think the executive session being in front of all that discussion is best for the committee and our district.
Dana.
So David, I had a similar question, but I'm wondering, are you asking to move into executive session?
I'm asking the chair to reconsider the agenda because of that. And I know it's a pain for everybody at home watching, but again, in order to do this correctly and in order to do this accurately, we want to make sure that we're taking the proper steps.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with changing the order. I just, most of that was supposed to be an update on the other things that we're negotiating.
That's not necessarily true.
Oh, no. Well, when the agenda was compiled, that was what the
Right. Well, that I'll give you.
Yeah.
You know,
So
it has been quite the few days.
Yes, it has. I agree. So I'm happy to. Why don't we, David? Why don't you make a motion?
So I move that we move the executive session up in the agenda before new business and then return back into open session to continue on with our scheduled meeting.
I'm confused why we would do that though.
So it would be a lot easier to explain to you in executive session.
Well, yeah, but so I mean, is it because of the plan that was just put on the exhibit, or I mean the exhibit that was just added to the agenda that we need to discuss? I'm just, because I think we're not voting on that. I don't know. I'm concerned. There's 224 people on here, so I'm just concerned that they're going to have to tune in, wait 2 hours.
We're operating a business meeting here that they're welcome to view, right? It's an open business meeting, so we have to make sure that we're conducting business properly.
It's
Okay.
not a TV show.
Right.
It's not a TV show. It's a meeting that's being televised. Is what
David,
I like to say.
Do you need a second? Does David need a second?
Yes, he does.
All right, second.
So, Anna, do you want to debate whether or not we go into executive session?
No, no, I mean, we can take a vote on it. I have a question and maybe it's because I'm not part of the small group that seems to know more of what's going on right now. Like I realize I think a little bit like Julia, like I'm not quite sure what we're really talking about, but in light of the fact that the information's already been made public, it feels a little bit like the horse is out of the barn in some way. So I'm not quite sure what suspending conversation now does, but maybe it's because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm sensitive to the fact that negotiations has information they want to share with us, not an open session, but I do think for the public watching this, one, there's confusion about what the heck we're talking about. And two, it seems like we're very confused. Like we don't seem like we know what we're doing right now.
Which is exactly why it should have been at the top of the
Dana
agenda.
has her hand up. Dana?
Just to the motion that's on the table, which is to move into executive session, I feel like it's important that one of our members has a concern and he would like to move into executive session. And this is not something that, in other words, David is not constantly demanding that we be in executive session. I think that we need to honor that and move into executive session to figure out what that concern is. I think that's appropriate, and that's.
Yeah, Peter?
I'd just like to echo what Dana just said.
Great.
I trust David that this is not, there's a reason behind this, and I trust David. So we should hear what he has to say.
Okay, so David, you were trying to say something. Did you want to add more, or are you just ready to vote? Okay.
No, it's really
So
a
let's
lot
vote.
of the confusion here would have been answered if the executive session was at the top, and it's really just a timing thing.
Nope,
Yeah.
I agree. David, what is your vote?
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Julia,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Hannah,
Yes.
Dana,
Yes.
Michelle Bailey. Okay, so that was a motion to move the executive session up. Now I will make the motion to go into executive session. And because I can't remember if this is one that requires the statement, I will make this special statement. So I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee move into executive session for purpose number 3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Hamilton Wenham Education Association, as an open discussion would have a detrimental effect on our bargaining position, and that we will return to open session. Is there a second?
Second.
David.
Okay, I think it was Julia, but I'm not sure.
Either
Okay,
Anna or
whoever.
David.
David, what's your vote?
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Julia,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Dana,
Yes.
Michelle Bailey, yes. Okay, so Mary Beth, what is the logistics of this?
I
People
think
can go
what
make
we
popcorn.
do is to have Vinny set up a link for executive session, because if I close this one and open another one, we'll lose everybody.
Yep.
So Vinny, if I can ask you to send a Zoom link to the full committee, that would be helpful.
Do we have
And the
any
folks
idea
at
how
home-
long we'll be away? So the public has an idea of when we'll come back?
I don't imagine it lasting longer than a half hour. I don't. It's really just putting some business in order.
Well, and we can talk about the one part now, and we can talk about the other part in executive session later too.
And I do apologize to everyone at home. I know that this is a pain, but it's just a matter of, with everything that's gone on since the last time we met as a full committee, to just really make sure that we're all on the same.
Literally since the last time I talked to you, which was like 72 or something
Right.
hours ago. So.
Okay. So we're gonna get an email for the new link, and then we'll come back with this panelist link.
Right.
Okay. Okay. All right. See you guys there.
There's Peter. Great. Super. So we're back in open session. All members of the committee are here with us. Michelle Bailey, Dana, Lara, Anna Cizik, David Polito, Peter Welzick, Michelle Horrigan, and Julia Campbell. And so we've returned from executive session. We will probably go, well, I know for a fact we'll go back to executive session at the end. So the next thing on our agenda is sort of a follow-up review. We had a vote on pool testing maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago. I can't remember when that was. But some of our concerns were about the length of time that we were going to be able to have the pool testing up and running, and some of the cost. And some of those things changed when only about 120 out of 290 about school districts decided to participate. The DESE revisited their plan and made some adjustments. So we've got that, and we've also have some, new information coming out every day. So is Tom going to handle this, or are you, Mary Beth?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Tom and our nursing team to speak to this.
Oh, great.
What I do want to express is, to your point, when the committee last considered this, there were a number of implementation items and financial items that were concerning. A lot has snapped into place in terms of puzzle pieces. And what you will hear from us is a very strong recommendation to move forward with pool testing. And I know that we have a lot of community members on, and I really want to invite people to get excited about the strategy and to get signed up as quickly as you can. And Tom and the nursing team will talk a little bit about what that might look like. And I am hoping that the committee will listen to the new information and agree to support this strategy in our schools. So with that, Tom, who would you like me to bring up? Leah, Mary Beth?
I don't see Mary Beth here, but I do see Leah. Oh, Mary Beth is here. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to pull them up, and then Tom, if you want to share your screen.
Happy to. Let's see.
And while Tom is doing that, I also want to recognize Chi Kim, who is been doing a lot of work in the area of pool testing. And she took some time to speak with us and share her expertise with us. And we found it quite valuable. And I know that she had offered, if there are any questions that folks might have, she'd be happy to pop in and answer anything that she may be able to. Let me just see. It's Mary Beth.
Oh gosh, hold on. Do we have everybody on?
Yep.
There's Leah.
Great.
Oh, and Ethan's here too. Great.
Yes. Ethan and I chatted during the beginning of your executive session, and he's a member of our project team now. So signed him up. It's going to cost us some Chipotle, but he's part of the team. So
Awesome. Yeah, because we're going to need him to be out there being, yes for the pool, yes for the pool. I said, we got to find those signs we had from a few years ago and say, yes for the pool.
all right. So I'm gonna, sorry. All right, so what you'll see, folks, is the presentation that I'm going to be given is going to resemble the presentation I gave, oh gosh, almost a month ago regarding pool testing. And at that time, admittedly, I presented with a tone of uneasiness because I felt that there were some resources and some logistics and a lot of blanks that were left to be filled in at the time. So you will see a resemblance to the last presentation, and I have made some changes to the slide deck from the last time, and you'll see those denoted in different font colors and also by icons of erasers. So first, I will bring everybody up to speed. And basically, pool testing is the best way to maximize a PCR test for a large amount of people. So for every one PCR test, we can get 5 to 10 of our students and staff. So when I presented to you before, this was some of the information. And as you see that there's an eraser because this is a ever-evolving program. So what has changed, right? So before, DESE was planning on ending the program towards the end of March. There were a lot of late adopters to the program. A lot of people had the same questions that we did. DESE has since extended that deadline of the program to April 16th.
And Tom, if I could jump in there, the other piece financially is there are strong signals that the feds will be providing funding for pool testing moving forward.
Okay. Again, the logistics, as presented before, some more information has become available. So since then,
And even today, you'll see a change from the exhibit on Friday up until information that we received today. That's how fast this process is moving. In the exhibit, it was listed in red text. So first off, wanted to change it to green, so it did not have any negative connotation with anything we're presenting tonight, but also the green will symbolize a change in any of the slides that were in the exhibit. So not only will we have school nursing staff available to assist with swabbing of students, we've also been assigned a fully funded program partner to help us with the swabbing and specimen collection. And what was great news to hear from both DESE and CIC, our partner in this, is that we've been assigned Beauport Ambulance, who has familiarity with our towns and our community. So people will not be surprised when they see, well, just so people aren't surprised when they see the ambulances outside of the school if the committee elects to proceed with this program. Leah Tabenkin, our lead nurse, has taken on a lot of this work. So kudos to her. She will serve as the program lead. Before we had informed you that we may need resources in that end, but with some of the additional resources from Beauport and other volunteers that the Wenham Board of Health and the town of Wenham have set up for us, I think we'll be positioned well as far as the resources that we need. So when I presented this earlier on, our team, we put together the sample schedule. Since then, that has changed. There's also templates available to us. So what we're looking at as a possibility is, and of course this is subject to change, as is everything right now, but what we've designated as testing days right now is Monday for cohorts A and AB, with results expected back Tuesday or Wednesday. And from there, we'll conduct the further reflex testing. So when I presented this to the committee before, you'll notice that had some benefits here, had a long list of challenges that we still had to work out. I'm pleased to show the committee and the public that since then, that list of challenges has shrunk quite a bit, right, of what the team looks at as obstacles to implement a high-level program. We still see the consent form being a big obstacle. And what we need from the community and from our parents to our students to our staff is buy-in to this mitigation strategy. This was the list of action taken to date prior in the month. And without sounding disrespectful, the school committee vote and our recommendation did not stop us from further investigation into how we could make this work. So the work continued the very next day to see what was available, really kept our ear to the ground to see what was coming out. So in green, you'll see some of the actions that have been taken since the presentation. So of course, there was the vote to withdraw. More guidance came out from DESE and other resources. We notified DESE that we may be coming back to them to reconsider the course. We wanted to make sure that everything was set up. So if the committee did support our recommendation to proceed with this, that we wouldn't have to start the process all over. So we were able to identify that our application was still current, and all we would have to do is notify them via email that we're back in. We filed CLIA waivers, which sets us up to be able to do the reflex testing if we have a positive pool. Even that's a change, and I didn't have time to update the slide. I apologize tonight. So you'll see that we have 2 sites to do reflex antigen testing. We've since increased that to all 5 buildings, so we have a little more flexibility for our reflex testing. So if there did happen to be a pool, we wouldn't have to worry about calling parents to shuttle students to another location. We can do that right on site at the school where the positive pool is. Our nursing team has worked with Dr. Taylor to be able to get the health orders in place to issue that reflex test. We've had multiple meetings with vendors. Today we had quite a kickoff meeting with Beauport Ambulance, with CIC, with our courier that has been set up. So it's all really exciting. And I hope that, the excitement for this is translating through my presentation, because I think we're positioned really well compared to before. So in summary, the newest CDC guidance that came out after we presented pool testing originally does recommend this as a mitigation strategy. We should be cognizant that students may be the last ones in our community to be able to be eligible for a vaccine, right? So this is a strong mitigation strategy for, to keep our students healthy. And I think it's something that we can all get behind. There are unofficial reports that additional funding may be coming from the federal level as part of the COVID relief bill that has moved on to the Senate. And of course, we'll evaluate this program as we go through the DESE funded program and come back to the committee on or before April 14th. If we have an idea that DESE is going to cease the funding of this, and we need to look at a local share of some of these costs. I did add in, as I alluded to, that Beauport Ambulance has been assigned to us as an additional resource. Also, Pro Courier, which is our courier service. So one of the hangups, whereas we were originally in the plan, you would take the pooled results, bring them down to UPS or FedEx. Then we'd have to wait for UPS or FedEx to pick up the package, get it shipped to Cambridge, and that further delays the results of the pools. We've been assigned a courier service that will pick up these packages, get them into Cambridge within an hour, which then turns the results around a little better. So the lab is going to know our schedule with the courier so they can be prepared. They know that Hamilton Wenham, along with a few other districts, is coming in at a certain time. So make sure that we have the resources to be able to test the pools. I think that's a key. It sounds simple, but I think that that is key, right? So of course, no need to remind of the action that was taken based on the leadership team's recommendation. I feel that we gave you the best information we had at the time and the best recommendation we had at the time. However, we're looking for the school committee to, looking for the unanimous support to re-engage with DESE to implement this mitigation strategy. And I will leave it to the committee. I'm happy to stop sharing if you need me to. I'm happy to answer any questions that we can.
Yeah, if you can stop sharing, and then we can have Dana make a motion, and then we'll have the discussion.
Okay, so I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee approve the district from moving forward and engaging DESE and moving forward with pool testing in the district.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Anna, Peter, would you like to ask a question?
I do. One, I have a comment. One, I'm mad at myself because I should have seen it coming that they would have extended this program. But I couldn't vote on what I knew was probably going to happen, I guess, or predicted. But my question is on slides 9 and 10, where it says the challenge, the benefits and challenges, and that the most challenges go away. Don't we still have the challenge of false positives, which would lead to a cohort having to quarantine? And how would we handle a cohort being quarantined and sent home? We'd have to have teachers to cover, teachers to do remote. How would that happen? Or the teacher would just go remote?
I can turn it over to the nurses, but at first I will take a stab at it. So some more guidance has become available where we didn't have all of this information at the time, right? But if we receive back word that we have a pool that came back positive, it's not hurry up, let's get them out of the building and panic, right? They're now recommending that we take that pool, we call them down to our nursing station, and that's why we're able to give that antigen test right on site at the 5 locations. Another concern before was that if all of the people in the pool tested negative on the antigen, we really didn't have that set up to be able to issue that PCR test to each individual. Since then, CIC Health has provided us with the kits to be able to do those PCR tests right on site. They go in with the courier and they go off to the lab. So that is one obstacle that I feel that we've overcome. So happy to, if the nurses feel like I missed any of it, feel free to jump in.
Mary Beth.
If I might, Peter, in the case of, just to reiterate what Tom was saying, in the case of a positive pool, we're taking that group of individuals, should be between 5 and 10, and we call them down and we're going to give them an antigen test. And that antigen test will either be positive or negative. If it's negative, you go right on back to class and you continue on with your day. If it's positive, we're asking you to leave the building, to go home, to isolate, and we're going to work together with public health officials to identify who is it from the school that you've been in close contact with, and who is it from your household and community that you've been in close contact with. And those people are identified close contacts who will quarantine and be advised to test appropriately. And so the fingers of that, are identified and shut down. It's not the whole pool is necessarily isolated, unless it, in the extremely unlikely event that all of the members of the pool tested positive. If that were the case, then all of the members of the pool would go home. I will say that Tom and I had a visit to some of the public schools in Melrose, and we're very grateful for the time that they extended to us. They were incredibly gracious. And they reminded us repeatedly that the data from CIC is 1% of the pools are returning positive, 1%. So this is really looking at the population and identifying the very small number of asymptomatically positive individuals, which can then, as we're bringing more students back into the building, address some of the concerns that we have with more people together in the building. So we think it's a really, really strong tool. And the thing that's going to be most important from our community members is community buy-in and quick action on the consents, so that when we're ready to roll, we have a good sample. The data will be most helpful if we have broad participation. So, if you give the green light on this, we can push out a link for families to complete the consent, and we would like them to do that as quickly as possible so that we can make really good, strong pools and get a really good sampling. It's not required, it's not mandated, but we are strongly encouraging families to participate.
Thank you, Nurse Ting. Thank you, Mr. Gary.
Yep, you're very welcome.
Michelle Horgan.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. 2 quick questions. One, if you have a student who has previously tested positive for COVID, how will they impact the pool testing? That's the first.
If they have had a positive test within 90 days, then they're nodding. I should let you guys cover it because you say it more eloquently than I do anyway. So I'm going to defer to the team on that one.
If they've tested positive within the last 90 days, then they should not participate in the pool testing.
Okay, and will that be up to the parent too? I know school will have that information, but I guess this is great. It's fine. It's up to the parent then to make sure that the child has a sticker. I'm being facetious there, but
we want the consent, because when that 90 days expires, if we're still in this, we don't want to chase it down. So part of our verification that we've built out is that we're going to cross-check everybody that's consented for pool testing against the list of people that have been positive and the date that they were positive. So we simply just would not issue them the test or the swab for that round or that week, right? But we want to make sure that we're gathering as many people into the program as possible up front. So we're not, begging people to rejoin, if that makes sense.
it does. Great. Thank you. And my second question is and I'm glad we now have the resources from federal and other places. but the question of capacity was looming large the last time that we took the vote. Can you just briefly give us a quick layout on logistically how this will play out, and if you're bringing another person, or without taking much time for the pool testing?
Yep.
In terms of
The
staff.
official division of labor has not been set between our team, Beauport, and Beauport. However, in conversations with Beauport, they're going to give us everybody that we need to execute this. So if you're thinking about the one nurse and maybe a volunteer that we would have had before, now we're looking at a nurse and possibly 2 EMTs on staff to be able to execute this. So
super great. Thank you.
All right. Anna?
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you to Tom and Leah and Mary Beth, and also to Superintendent Banyos and Ms. Kim and everyone who worked to bring this back to the table. I was supportive the first time. I'm definitely supportive still, so that's good. The only thing I'd want to add is that if for some reason you do hit some sort of unexpected logistical issue, for example, I was surprised you said one of the barriers was on the last time that we'd have to use UPS or FedEx to mail it. I guess I would just implore the district to, if something comes up that we haven't planned on, to reach out to the public, because I think even at the time we voted last time, there were multiple parents who said, I'll courier, I'll drive. Like if something happens, let's say Pro Courier doesn't show up or something happens, I'm sure that if you put out an APB to a parent or to a nurse or to somebody who said, hey, we need help, I think that the community would respond. So I just want to sort of keep that in front of mind, that there might even be resources we don't realize, they're there. I think everyone will help to do this. And I guess I just wanted to say in terms of being a cheerleader for this, this is a great mitigation strategy as we look to bring more people back in the building, not just for the teachers, of course, but for those students, who are not going to be vaccinated anytime soon. And also to put it into the framework of the community at large, this will help keep the whole community safe, because kids are out, they're going to start to play sports again, they're going to be out mixing, families go back and forth. So I guess I'm officially putting my hat in to say, please, everyone, sign up to do this. Even if you think it's not going to help, even if you think it's not going to matter, this is a great example of all of us pulling on the rope together. And if we all pull on together, this really will help keep our teachers safe, our young kids safe, the caregivers safe, the community at large safe. So I've been protesting from the very beginning, and I've seen firsthand CIC Health in action in my own household on numerous occasions. And this is a top-notch program, and I implore the committee to vote for it, and I implore the public to do it. Everyone sign up and do it. It will keep us all safer as this evolves. So thank you for bringing this back to the table, and I look forward to voting, hopefully in the affirmative.
if I can share with the committee just a couple of quick numbers. So as Nurse Ting alluded to, we visited Melrose Schools. They were an early adopter of the program and were forced to fill in some of those blanks. Their total participation for students is in the 30 to 40% range. There was a misconception in the community that this could be used to close schools, when in fact could be looked at as quite the opposite, is to keep them open and to keep people safe. Little closer to home, Rockport has been reporting a 90% participation rate amongst their students. So I've told Ethan that that's our target, and I know
No
he
pressure,
can help
Ethan.
us. No, I'm right there with you. I think we can shoot for those high numbers, right? So just wanted to share that with the committee and drive that point home.
David?
Wish I wasn't going after Anna, just because it kind of a little bit contradicts what Anna said, and I don't mean it to sound that way, because there's more in a response to what Peter said earlier, just about I should have known they were going to extend it. I think it's important to sort of realize that the fact that we voted against it, as did most of the communities in the state, is what actually prompted DESE to rethink the timing of it. Right. And then at that cost of $10,000 a week, it is a substantial saving. So, enacting independently in what we felt was the best solution for our district at the time. I think is how we ended up getting those results now. So I don't second guess yourself in that way. And at the same time, that was not meant to counter what you said, because you have been a stark proponent the whole time. I do know, I work over at Salem Academy School District, and we've had pool testing for a little bit. And I think we're up in the 80% now. But I mean, as it begins, people are like, get into it, and then as the process gets easier, once you've run it once or twice, then it's easier and you'll see it steadily increase. And I do see that there's a lot of call for it from parents, and thus by the 250 people here watching tonight. So that I do think once implemented, it will be utilized and successful. So.
Julia?
My only comment is I'm fully in support, and sign your kid up, please. Everyone watching, 249 people, sign up. Let's do it.
Ethan, how do you think students will respond?
I would like to think that a lot of the students will be definitely ready and really willing to test out the pool testing. I hopefully we'll get a very optimistic response, and knowing the student body, I think that will happen.
I have the same experience that David has. We've had pool testing for 2 weeks, and it was less than 20% the first week. We're up to about 25% this week. We're hoping, and we continue to push it out. But the first week, there was some difficulties with that electronic form that Desi gave, that it was confusing and it didn't function properly. So I think we're a lot better. Are we going to use Snap, or are we going to use a different tool?
Yeah, so that is still being perfected, right?
Okay.
So that's why parents, I wanted to send out the links tonight more than anything right after. I shouldn't actually predict how the school committee votes, so I apologize. If the school committee voted in the affirmative, the plan was to release the email with the links to sign up and start consent. After testing it a few times, we escalated it up to DESE, Project Beacon, and CIC. It got as far as CIC's CEO and Project Beacon's CEO talking together to figure this out for other districts. So we want to make sure we want to do it in one shot. We want to get one consent, and we want to make it easy and pleasurable user experience for parents. So
Yeah, I appreciate
it's coming, I promise.
I know people don't like them. I do know people have complained to me about them, but I personally like the reminder that comes every morning. I feel that the SNAP program takes me less than a minute, and it's very easy to use. So I hope that we can get that running. So
the consent we are going to use is through Project Beacon.
Okay.
And that'll be the single stop for consents for not only pool testing, but the reflex antigen testing. So one consent will carry you.
Are we ready to vote? Does anybody want to speak? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that we would approve this program to participate. And we had a second on that. So David, you're in the bottom of the screen, so you get to vote first.
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Julia?
Yes.
Anna?
Is that me? Yes.
Well, Anna's frozen, so we'll go to you, Dana, and then we'll see if, there's Anna's back. Oh,
I said yes.
okay, perfect. And Michelle is a yes. So that is a unanimous vote, Tom. So
I would have loved
feel
if Anna
free
was
to-
frozen. Frozen for the vote.
feel free to fire up the email engine. Okay.
Thank you, folks.
So it's kind of a little out of order, but this is fine. So was it a couple of weeks ago, or was it just last week that the survey went out?
I know. been remarkable, the pace of change and things clarifying. So the survey went out the week right after February vacation. We got some good data from that, and it actually is helping in the sense as we put together our plan. That data was helpful information for us. So what we wanted to do is just briefly share with you the overview of the results that were received. So again, I'm going to turn it over to Tom to review the results that came from both the family survey and from the teacher survey.
Yep. As you're aware, we issued surveys to not only the families of Hamilton Wenham, but also the staff in regards. Our main focus was capturing, I'm sorry, I'm a little out of sorts. Sorry about that. All right, so we had 1,476 total surveys submitted, and I do want to alert the committee that there were 148 duplicate entries that had the same answer to the physical distancing question for a particular student. So I did filter those out so we could drill down a little bit on the data. So I just wanted to be clear in the numbers that, you know, we had more submissions than we did actually were able to tie to students' names. So there were multiple entries in some cases. Of those duplicates, of the 1,476, there were 18 students that had duplicate surveys but had a conflicting answer to the physical distancing question. So in looking at the data, I decided to just leave those both in. I figured they canceled each other out and didn't really affect the percentages when you're looking at it holistically. So the total count for the data analysis was 1,328 family surveys. First, I wanted to show you the response by learning model. So as you can see, we had 87.5% of the respondents are in the current in-person learning model, the hybrid or the 4-day, with 166 being in remote. Obviously, the key question that we wanted to capture the answers of our community were, under the current conditions, I'm comfortable with lowering the physical distancing requirement to be less than 6 feet in order for the district to offer a full in-person learning model. And it was a yes or no question. As a district, we got a response of 73.87%. In favor of lowering that that physical distancing requirement, and 26.13% replied no. And I do apologize for using the red. It's just how my graphs were populated, and I wanted to match the text to the graph. So
I'm actually having more trouble reading the blue. Sorry.
Okay.
That's the teacher and me coming out. Consider your audience.
All right.
Yeah, I can't even see the blue font on my screen.
Again, these numbers, and I can read them out too, because there's not too many of them. So of the district response, again, 73.87% said yes, 26.13% said no. Here's a breakdown by school. It seems that we're all in really the same range by school on that answer. By learning model, you know, under current conditions, I'm comfortable with lowering the physical distancing requirement to be less than 6 feet in order for the district to offer a full in-person learning model. Of those who answered no and are currently enrolled in the hybrid program, here were some of the answers of people's response to that. 124 people said that they would still send their child to the full in-person learning model, but with some reservations. 38 people replied that I would elect to enroll my child in a fully remote program or remain in a fully remote program. 5 and that they would elect to homeschool or private school. We had 65 miscellaneous answers. And the most common theme, because that was a free enter, you could just, it was free text to enter. The most common theme that I found was just people needed more information regarding what that looked like. Of the people that answered no to the question and are currently enrolled in the remote program, you have the majority of those folks would elect to enroll or remain in the fully remote program. And the other answers are listed accordingly. Again, the most common theme is needing more information, which is totally understandable because it is a broad question. But I think it's up to us as a district to, provide some more answers as we move along through this process. So folks that filled out the survey, I did receive some feedback through district social media, some emails and some phone calls of why should we prioritize it? It really doesn't impact the decision whether or not we were to lower the physical distancing. But one of the themes that you can see is whether people answered no or people answered yes. The community felt strongly that a vaccination for staff should be prioritized. I think that's a testament to the support that people have for their teachers and for the staff in the schools, and really wanted to get that data to support that feeling, right? That people actually, they do care. And it's not just wanting to put their kids in buildings, they do care about the staff, as we all do. So if I move on to the staff survey, we asked the same question. Under the current conditions, I'm comfortable with lowering the physical distancing requirement to be less than 6 feet in order for the district to offer a full in-person learning model. The percentages are similar, it's just a different answer. So the district response, 30.4% were in favor of lowering the distancing requirement under the current conditions. 69.6% answered no. And here I have it listed by school. Let's see. So of the staff, we asked what their priority was. Like, of those who answered no to lowering the physical distancing requirements, help us prioritize some of the things that would help you feel more comfortable with lowering that. And overwhelmingly, as you can see on the chart, vaccination for staff remains priority number one. Next in line, you'll see that the lower infection rates in the community are a priority for people. The others, the weekly pool testing was a little lower, but I think that the more we publicize some of this stuff, the more that our staff will also see that it's a valuable mitigation strategy. All right, so I think that's all I have, and I'll stop my share and can help answer any questions that you have around the data for the survey.
Peter?
Hi, thank you. The survey, your survey on page 12, on slide 12, it says it's 70% no of the teachers, 30% yes. But how does that that doesn't reconcile with the one we received from the association itself, where 86% no and 14% said maybe and 0% said yes. Is this the same slide? I mean, the same survey?
Well, the survey from HWEA would only be their members. Tom has surveyed the whole staff.
Yeah, so we sent it out to all district personnel. So that's more than just HWEA. That also includes custodial staff. It includes administrators. It includes TAs, secretaries. I'm not really. I wasn't privy to their survey. It's actually the first I'm hearing about it, but I can say that this is the data pulled directly from the Google form that we published.
Okay, it came in our school committee email that 86% of teachers said they're not comfortable and 14% had reservations.
Peter, but we don't have the question, so we don't know what the question exactly was.
Quick point of order, Michelle. The survey Peter's referring to has nothing to do with the distancing. They're totally different surveys with
That's what I
different
meant.
questions. Yeah, they're not related at any all. The questions are totally different.
So we did receive that today. Do we want to enter that into the record, or do we want to discuss that at another point?
Well, it's about the budget though. It's not about distancing.
Yeah, okay, that's on me. I see that it had to do with the realignment of existing. Okay, I read it too quickly. You're right.
Dana?
No, in all honesty, I thought we were talking about something that I didn't have. So I think I'm good.
Nope, I read it too quickly.
Okay, looks like we are done with that. Oh, David.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think, I think I need to mention that when this survey came out, that I got a lot of questions about it. You know, a lot of people sort of called me wondering about it and were really confused and wasn't exactly happy with the wording of the survey, really feeling that it was kind of pointed and that the answers weren't like thorough enough to really truly represent how they felt. Excuse me. I know that, you know, the fact that it was were you comfortable with less distance or, you know, or 6 feet was the option, right? It didn't break down you know, what all the variables could be in between. And, you know, people felt that there was a big difference because they wanted to say that they were comfortable moving forward, but you know, there are some people that feel a lot more comfortable at 3 feet, and some people that only feel comfortable at 5 feet, and you know, that's something to be considered. Excuse me, and I just wanted to be, you know, bring that up. We've had these comments before about the surveys we send out, about them not being worded appropriately and kind of pointed. And I definitely want to reiterate that point at this point. I know we're working to it, trying to get every student back into the school. That's been our objective from day one. Excuse me. But I want to make sure that we're doing it properly, and that when we are surveying the all our stakeholders, teachers, parents, and students, that we're actually giving them the opportunity to voice what they really mean and what they really care about and how they really feel, and we're not doing it in a pointed direction. All right. So I had to say that before we moved on.
One of the things I would just share with the committee that's not on here, but to be sure that we gave people the opportunity to share with us anything that they were thinking about. There was a comment section where people made comments and we were able to review those as well. So that is something that is important to us as well. And trying to figure out how to structure something to get the answers that help us clarify what options are, but also wanting to be sure that we give our community the opportunity to share further thinking, which is why we try to provide a comment box to allow people for that, to provide additional thoughts that they may have on a topic.
Well, one of the major problems that I heard from multiple sources was the fact that you actually couldn't work your way through the whole, that you had to answer a question to move on to the next section, which actually limits the amount of participation you have in a situation like that.
Yeah, but it's like any Google form, you can go back at any time.
I can clarify real quick because I did receive that call, a call from a parent within an hour of issuing the survey, and found out that there was an error on a required question that I removed the requirement from in order so people could move on from it. I looked at this survey too, and I think the rest of our team did, as the straw poll, right, to see where we are. And then as we release more data about the return to school, is to try to equip people with all of those things that they're leaving in the comment box in further surveys. But I can see where people
Yeah, I mean, I'd
are
be
coming from with it, right?
I'd be really nervous to make such major decisions on the straw poll, right? I think when we're looking for information, right, we want to make sure that we're getting the most accurate information we can, so we're making data-driven decisions, right? We want to make sure that we know exactly where people are feeling, right? Teachers, parents, and students, so that we can make the most accurate decisions moving forward. Excuse me. You know, to base such major changes in our district on, you know, sort of this idea of a straw poll is you know, can be dangerous, right? And it's not in the best interest of our community. So it's something I really want us to pay attention to moving forward.
I think one of the good things will be that as we go forward through our strategic planning, that we won't have to rely necessarily on surveys. We'll have like group forums and, you know, opportunities for people to get together and share their ideas. All right, so on C, I think we will pass over that because the point is now mute, that we no longer need to advocate for teachers to be vaccinated, because that is now being, well, not to steal a Mary Beth thunder, but there's more to say about that very soon. So we'll pass over that. So we will go to item D, which is planning for return to full in-person learning. So just to let the community know, there is a document that's been added to our agenda. If you'd like to see that, it was added later today after our superintendent had an opportunity to present it to our staff. There's a bunch of information there, and actually, personally, I haven't seen it myself, so I think we're going to see it on the screen. So
Great, I'm going to share my screen. So I'm reflecting, I believe it was on February 17th we met, and we presented to you our conceptual plan. We had shared behind the scenes. We were doing a lot of detailed thinking, but that there were so many open-ended pieces that we needed clarity on. It was hard to put together a timeline. In the time period between February 17th and today, March 3rd, a remarkable number of things have happened that have helped us to clarify some of the end dates and to be able to put together a comprehensive plan for how we return all students to in-person learning. Our leadership team has been working on this plan. It is supported by our entire leadership team. And as you mentioned, Michelle, this afternoon, yesterday, I sent a letter to staff outlining some of the major principles, and then hosted a superintendent coffee hour to actually preview this presentation with them. So this is the plan that we would like to put in front of you, and is our recommendation about how to move forward. And I'll walk you through the details. So one of the things that is interesting to all of us and has been a source of conversation today is the importance of the date March 13th. And March 13th, 2020 was the day in which schools were closed down last year. And a remarkable shutdown that people, I think, initially felt was only going to last a week or two. And a year later, we are still working our way through the challenges of the COVID pandemic. What is happening March 13th on 2021, exactly 1 year from the date, is that we are able to offer a vaccine clinic for our entire faculty and staff at Hamilton Wenham. I want to recognize the hard work of Mary Beth Ting, who has helped put this together, and thank the Pediatric Associates of Greater Salem for partnering partnering with us in order to provide the service to our staff and faculty. You heard the survey results. We knew how important this was for our teachers to feel safe and comfortable returning all students to school. And we are very, very pleased. We know that this is not something that many districts have been able to offer their faculty and staff at this point. So what we will be doing on March 13th is, again, partnering with the Pediatric Associates of Greater Salem. And our entire staff will have the opportunity to be vaccinated with the Monderas vaccine. They will be sending a link to all of our staff to sign up for a time, and they will go from 9 in the morning till 6 o'clock at night if need be, to ensure that anybody in our district that wants the vaccine can get it. One of the things that has clarified today, there were some questions about what vaccine would it be as the day moved on. The Moderna certainly became clear that would be the vaccine of choice. So one of the things that we see is that this will require a second dose, which will be provided on April 11th. And one of the things that the committee should be aware of and the community should be aware of is that one of the things that we know is the second dose can often create a situation where people are feeling ill the next day. So you may see from us at the next meeting a recommendation that we actually have no school on April 12th because it will be our entire district that's receiving its second dose, and we would add a date on at the end of the year. More to come. Again, information is coming quickly, and this just clarified this afternoon. So again, this afternoon, I met with staff and shared a survey link so that they can get set up to get the appointment sign up from the Pediatric Associates of Greater Salem. We are really excited about this. We care about our staff and faculty. We saw evidence from our community how much their health and safety matters, and this was a critical piece of the puzzle to come together. And again, I want to recognize the hard work of Mary Beth Ting, who really have been doing a lot of outreach along with the other public health nurses and our school nurses, turning over every stone to figure out how we get this done. So as we've been thinking about the return to full in-person goals, thinking about what's really critical here. So one of the things that we know is that we have students struggling at all levels, at elementary level, at middle level, and at the high school level. So we want to return all students to full in-person learning, but at the same time, maintain that fully remote option for the remainder of the 2021 school year. Because as you saw in that survey as well, we have families that are remote that want to stay remote, and we have families that are concerned and may opt to go remote, given the fact that we will need to go below 6 feet in bringing all students back. The health and safety needs of our students, our faculty and staff, and our community remain paramount in our thinking. Our plan had to be financially viable. And one of the other things that has transpired since we spoke last, as many of you know, is that the governor, the commissioner, the secretary of education have issued comments around the fact that returning to school full in-person learning is going to become a state mandate, and we wanted to obviously be responsive to that. So there's a lot happening, and what has changed? What do we see moving forward that allows us to present to you a plan to bring all of our students back for full in-person learning? One of the things that we see happening is that the COVID infection rates are declining within the Hamilton-Wenham community. As we get closer to April, we start looking at the reality of warmer weather. And with that brings the ability to access outdoor learning, outdoor eating spaces. That solves a lot of problems for us. You just voted to move forward with pool testing. So we now have an additional mitigation strategy that we did not have before that is recommended by the CDC. We also now have the ability to have all school personnel have access to the vaccination on March 13th. They will have their first dose. And one of the things that we know about the Mondura vaccination is that after the first dose, we see about a 90% effective rate. So even though the second dose would not be administered till after the April 5th date that we'll be talking about, teachers should be in a place where they have a significant benefit from the vaccination. We see new transportation guidelines coming out from the state. One of the questions we had was, how do we get all students to school if our buses had to be physically distanced at a certain rate? Those guidelines have changed. And then the commissioner has made an announcement that he is planning to mandate a full in-person return for elementary schools. Initially, his date was April 1st. As of a meeting yesterday, I am hearing he is now changing that to April 5th, with middle school and high school dates to be coming shortly thereafter. So this graph just gives you a sense of what's been happening with COVID infection rates in the towns of Hamilton, Wenham. What you can see here clearly is we went through a pretty significant spike, and that what we are seeing now is a pretty substantial decline. The yellow line that you see there is the where you hit 10 cases per 100,000. And you can see that we are just touching that line at this point. Another piece of data is that we looked at, is there a significant difference between what's happening at our secondary level and our elementary level? And what you see is that there really isn't. We've had 48 cases at the secondary level, 4.48% of the population, and 39 cases at elementary at 4.06. This fed our thinking in terms of being able to bring all students back at the same time. This is just to give you a sense of, if you take the CDC guidelines that came out, again, the way that CDC is looking at it is by counties, but that's because across the country, depending on where you are, counties are the lowest grain size for looking at data. In Massachusetts, we were able to go down to the town level. So we took their categories and applied them to Hamilton Wenham. What you see here is that our 14-day positivity rate is 1.59. That actually would fall in the blue category. And our 14-day average daily incident rate is at, sorry about that, 13.4. So right now we would fall in the yellow range, but you know, as that number drops, as we hope, we will move down to that lowest category of blue. But right now we would identify Hamilton Wenham by CDC guidelines as being in the yellow zone. What does it mean to be in the yellow zone? So you see here that for screening and testing, if you are in the yellow zone, you should be doing routine screening and testing of students, which we have just voted to put into place. And that if you are falling in that low or transmission or moderate transition, K-12 schools can be open for full in-person instruction. Physical distancing of 6 feet or more to the greatest extent possible. And as we know and have discussed in earlier meetings, that won't be possible for us. But with all of the mitigation strategies, that they have identified, we will be following. We will have the screening tests, and we will have all of our teachers vaccinated. So we do fall into this category where full return is supported. What we know is that physical distancing will need to be reduced to no less than 3 feet. We know that every classroom is different. Places where students will be during the day is different. So in many cases, it will be no less than 3 feet. And in other places, we will be able to provide more physical distancing. For example, what if you have a student moving from classroom to classroom, there may be a difference in the physical distancing that can be accommodated in each classroom versus a lunchroom versus an art room. So again, we know that we are going to need the flexibility to say that there will be situations where we will be no less than 3 feet, but we will need to take advantage of that in other places where we will be able to have greater amounts of physical distancing. I want to also reiterate or call attention to the committee and for the community that we are not proposing, okay, we're back full in person, everything's back to normal. What we are proposing is a full in-person plan that I would identify as phase 1. And in this full in-person plan, we are heavily instituting mitigation strategies. So you're still going to see that 3 to 6 feet of physical distancing. You're going to see pool testing. You're going to see mandated mask wearing. And we are continuing to operate that fully remote option for those families who need it. Couple of key dates as we look at implementing this phase 1 of full in-person. We've talked about the vaccination clinic on March 13th. Our first day of pool testing, we are going to begin at the secondary level, would be March 15th. April 1st, we would be moving the March 15th teacher in service to April 1st. Giving teachers a full day to prepare for the change in their classrooms and in their schools. April 2nd is the school vacation day already on the calendar. And we are recommending that we return all students for in-person learning on April 5th. To make it a little bit more granular, this is a timeline of how we expect to get from here to there. On Monday, we sent a demand to bargain letter to the HWEA and have begun preliminary conversations with them. You have a number of votes in front of you tonight. You have approved the pool testing. There will be some financial transfers that we will be asking you to do. As Michelle indicated, we had a vaccine letter for you to support, but that is now no longer an issue. And we will be asking you to make that calendar change from the March 15th in service and move it to April 1st. On March 12th, we will be sending out a form so that if families feel like they want to request a change from their current learning mode, so that means either moving from fully remote to our full in-person program, or the other way around, moving from our full in-person program to fully remote, parents will have a form that they can fill out, and we will provide the timeline in which they can make that change. On March 13th is our district vaccination clinic. March 15th, the pool testing begins at the secondary level. We have set a target date of March 17th to have a new MOA worked out with the HWEA. One of the things that we know is that the greater clarity that we can have as early as possible helps the system go as smoothly as possible. So that is a date we are hoping to achieve. On March 19th, there would be a communication sent out to families, alerting them to what are the implications of the full in-person model and the operational items they're going to need to be aware of. We are going to purposely start pool testing at the secondary level to get the kinks worked out, figure out what we can learn from that, and begin the pool testing program at the elementary level on March 25th. March 26th, tents will be installed at each school. We have upped the number of tents that we have in a number of different locations. On March 29th, our desks are targeted to arrive. On April 1st, again, the teacher in service. April 2nd is the scheduled vacation day. And on April 5th, we are excited about a plan to bring all of our students back for full in-person learning. We know that that has been something that we have all wanted, and the obstacles are starting to clear and make this a possibility. So I am going to stop my share here and answer any questions that the committee may have.
So first, can we just discuss the process tonight is to ask questions and gather information. And then vote is next week or the week after next?
The plan would be next week to support the approach. I think that one of the things we'll want to look at, this is a little bit of, we'll see how things work out, but our target date for the MOA is the 17th, so we may decide to try to do both at that meeting, but we want to present our plan to you, let you know what we're thinking, give you an opportunity to ask questions. It's a big change, and I'm sure you'll want some time to reflect on that, but giving you the first pass of the thinking of the leadership team in terms of how we get all of our students back for in-person learning.
I think we'll go around and give everybody a chance to ask questions once and then go back. And so, David, would you like to go first or last?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So Tom's gonna think I'm picking on him. No, I don't know. Like, I'm really excited about the opportunity in the fact that we have a return to school in sight. I've been pretty vocal, and I don't want to sort of, at the risk of sounding sort of negative, whatever, but I'm a little trepidatious about returning everyone all at once. I think that over the course of this year, there has been a lot going on with our students in our district, and I think we've created this, as a result, a sort of gap has been created in students that have been successful with our remote and hybrid learning and students that have really struggled. I think that returning everyone to school all at once is ignoring or overlooking the opportunity to identify those students that are struggling, return them to classes first, and try and make up some of that ground. I think that, from a social emotional standpoint, there's going to be a lot of students that are going to be quite sort of shocked walking out of a classroom with 11 kids in it on a Thursday and coming back into a classroom with 30 of it on a Monday, right? And that's going to take a lot to get through. So when you start coupling those things together, you're putting yourself at a sort of disservice in actually creating an optimal teaching environment for them to come in and do the learning that we're hoping they get to inside the classroom. So the idea of bringing them normal, bringing them back in there, and I'm sorry, I know that's sort of a harsh term, and I do understand all the planning that has to go in to doing this, but I think that's something that we really need to look at to make sure that we're identifying and we're addressing those students that need the extra support and making a plan for them and not figuring it out once we get everyone in the building. I think that needs to be a proactive plan. And like I said, I would love to see them entering the building first and trying to get them a little bit more up to speed, get ready to go, and then phasing in everyone else. Excuse me. But other than that, I mean, I am so grateful for all the work that you guys have done. I don't want to discredit any of that, right? And I don't want to sort of sound like I'm being negative there, but I want to make sure that we're not so focused on getting everyone back in that we are overlooking why, right? And then with the idea that we're trying to get all the students back in for their best interest. Let's make sure that we're getting all of their best interests. So that's all I have to.
And if I could I just quickly, because I think that you're right, David, that there are students that for whom this transition will be more significant than others. But one of the things that we have been doing is that our building principals know students that are really having a hard time. And in many cases, we have been already able to get those students in for more days. But your caution around being particularly sensitive to those students for whom this transition will be a challenge is well heard and understood and agreed that group of kids in particular will need a lot of attention.
Great. Julia?
Unmute. I'm very excited about this plan. I think it's important to reiterate what you said or what Tom said, that it's not like we're just going to start going back to 5 days and it's going to be like nothing ever happened. I think that's very important. And I just also want to highlight what Dave said around kids that might need a little bit more help with the transition. I'm hopeful that there will be some help in place, maybe extra counseling, just everyone on high alert. I'm sure that's going to be happening. The two questions I had, because I feel like I love this plan. I'm fully on board. I'm so excited about it. I just think it's like 0 to 60. Like it's going so fast, and I'm appreciative of that. But the two main obstacles that I heard during especially Dr. Carr's presentation were lunch times at the middle school and the high school, and transitions in the hallway. So how are those going to be addressed?
Yeah, so the reality for lunchtime is that on bad weather days, we are probably looking at a lot of instances at 3 feet, and there is a reality to that. What we are hopeful for is, with the additional tent space and with the warmer weather, that the vast majority of time we can take advantage of outside spaces to expand that social physical distancing from 3 to 6 feet or 5 feet, whatever the particular situation calls for or will allow. So I would say that lunch is very tied to the weather, which is one of the things that will get better as we progress and we get into April. But I do want to make it clear that in some situations, if it's a monsoon out there, students may be eating lunch at 3 feet, and that is a reality that at this point we do not have a way to overcome. One of the things that we are awaiting, the DESE has indicated that they will be providing us guidance around lunch. and what we'll be looking to see what they have to say and strategies that they may be recommending. But it is also clear from the commissioner's stance that he is looking for 5 full-day in-person learning days, which means that we do need to be providing lunch, and we will maintain that minimum standard of 3 feet. But I want to be clear that that is the situation that we face regarding that. In terms of transitions in the hallways, we will probably be, closer again to that 3 feet. I also would be, not completely transparent. This is not going to surprise anybody, but if kids are out at recess, there are moments, minutes of time where they may get closer than 3 feet. And the reality is true in the hallway, right? Can we say with 100% certainty there'll be no time in which somebody doesn't cross that 3-foot line? I wouldn't be being honest if I were to say, no, that will never, ever happen. But we're talking about seconds or minutes, and we know that the virus will not transmit in that short amount of time. So that's where we stand on that right now. We are continuing to troubleshoot to ensure to the greatest extent that we can that there is 3 feet of social distancing during those transitions. But we see some realities there that may mean there would be moments in which that wouldn't be true.
Okay, if I just
thank
may
you. Oh,
interject
sure.
a point for you in regards to the distancing and other mitigation strategies. At some point we're altering that physical distancing, from 6 feet downwards. But at the same time, as you heard tonight, we've introduced 2 major mitigation strategies, one of which is vaccination for our staff and the pooled testing, right? So again, I'm probably going to sound like a broken record, but the more people that we can get to participate in that program, the stronger that mitigation strategy will be. So just wanted to make sure that this presentation got the same plug for those 2 mitigation strategies.
Nice job, Tom.
Yes, I agree. I have one other question. Is there a way we could maybe, and it might be in the budget, I might be putting the cart before the horse, providing tents, something like tents for outdoor eating.
Yeah, we have ordered tents. You'll remember those from the fall, and we've actually beefed up our order for the spring.
Okay.
But there are circumstances, they do not have sides to them. If it is a wild rainstorm, there's a reality to being able to use them. But those are on order, and the installation date is March 26th. So we anticipate them being in place when students were to return, if the committee decides to move forward with the plan.
Great, thank you. I'm really excited about this plan, so thank you, and thanks to the leadership team. Appreciate it.
Peter, did you have questions or comments for tonight?
I do. One other thing that hasn't been brought up yet is the vaccination of people in the community. One of my concerns is that children could bring the virus home to their parents or grandparents, but with the vaccination program in place by the state for folks over a certain age or with comorbidities, that they're getting vaccinated as well, right? And
as a person with comorbidities, I can tell you I have my appointment prior to April 1st.
And I just want to echo what David was saying. That was one of my concerns too, was, the low transmission rate that we're having is because it's being done right at the moment. And the metaphor that I heard that I liked was, it's cutting the strings on, or cutting the cords on your parachute after it has slowed your descent. And I just want to make sure that we are not rushing back too quickly, and that all of this sacrifice for the last year will be for nothing if this new variant starts spreading. What else? I am concerned about crowding in the halls, crowding in the cafeteria, indoor recess if it's raining, and worried about that, worried about lunches with masks off. When they're not able to distance themselves because it's raining or something outside. I do have reservations, but some of the big things, some of my big reservations like pool testing, teacher vaccination, community vaccinations, those have been answered. I just worry about crowding of the hallways, crowding of the bathrooms, crowding of the cafeterias, recess. Just something I'm trying to work through.
Yeah, and one of the things I would offer as I was talking with teachers this afternoon is, you know, the smartest person in the room is the room, right? And so what I really hope and believe is over the next month, as we start to prepare for this, that we can all put our brains together and be thinking about how might we get this done? Asking teachers to join us in our problem solving. And I think that we can come up with some good ideas to help mitigate that. And at the same token, these are the realities that I think everybody's been grappling with in terms of challenges with getting students back to school and weighing that against the very real circumstances we know for students that aren't in school and the struggles that that's creating for them.
And one last point, something David said about identifying those students who need additional support. And everyone knows where I'm going to go with this. A learning management system could be doing that already. My research with 2 companies, I've talked to 2 companies recently as part of my research. And they were saying we could have had this from signature to full rollout in about 2 months.
Yeah, Mary Beth Ting, did you want to add something to that?
I did. Thank you so much. Mr. Walczak, Peter, the one thing I can only speak for the middle school, unfortunately. I can't speak for the elementaries or the high school, but I am impressed, as I think I share your concerns about the crowding, particularly at lunch. The one comfort that I have watching students at lunch is we have Adirondack chairs outside of the cafeteria, and I have seen students in shorts in really cold weather outside. And, when we had the tents up in the fall, they were used during rainy days. The students were not deterred by the rain. Certainly if there were thunder and lightning, we would not have them outside, obviously. But, students have chosen to use access of those. If it's not, raining sideways, the kids are out there enjoying being outside. So I think that really serves in our favor. And I know that Principal Hovey has worked about getting multiple tents and making more spaces available. I would suggest that it might be helpful to speak with the administrators of the other buildings to see what can be in place for meal times at the other buildings. But watching the students use the outside for lunch, even in cold weather, even in inclement weather, reassures me a little bit. We would need to spread them out even more, but they're definitely showing an inclination to use the outdoors for lunch.
Great, thank you. One good thing out of this is, did we buy the tents or did we rent them?
We are renting.
We're renting them.
Because I was advocating for tents, outdoor classrooms for years now. I was hoping this could be a permanent thing. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mary Beth and leadership team for presenting this plan to us. It's great. I'm thrilled. One question, in addition to the consent form, have you identified areas where the community can help get us, or just help the staff to get us to April 5th?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, we're going to sound like a broken record tonight, but in unison, sign up for pool testing, right? I think that in Hamilton Wenham, we can hit that 95% mark. So that is the first thing that we would ask people to do. Depending on the delivery of desks, we might ask for some volunteers to come on in and help us put those together and move those around. So those are two areas right now that we see as potential areas for help. And stay tuned, because we may find other places where we're going to reach out to the community for their support.
Great, thank you.
Anna?
Thank you, Michelle. So I have a few questions, a couple suggestions, and some sort of a point of clarification. So the lunch and math question, that was a concern I heard most frequently from the community in thinking about this, was everyone is, who wants to go back to school. A lot of people are comfortable reducing distance with masks, but I've heard a lot of people saying I'm really concerned about lunch. So I think these are more just suggestions. But we be flexible and say, you know what, it's pouring cats and dogs. We're not going to have PE today in the gym. The gym is becoming a lunch space, and we just allow ourselves to be nimble throughout the day. I think that I would like to see each of the buildings sort of really think about the biggest possible spaces that could be used for lunch overflow if we really, really had to. But I appreciate what Mary Beth Ting just said, which is kids, you could go outside pretty quickly and eat a sandwich or something in like a short amount of time. But I want to see us develop strategy and articulate it to the public about what are we going to do with indoor lunch, because I don't know that a lot of people are going to love the 3-foot mask off situation. So one suggestion, use the bigger spaces, develop your flexi plan. 2, think about having lunch in the classroom, right? If it's possible to do, figure out what classrooms don't have someone afterwards and the kids could potentially stay there. And sort of related to that, and this is really a question for Tom, have we investigated getting plexiglass barriers for our desks or for our lunchroom table, so that if we have to be at 3 feet without our masks on, could we use some of our funding to get plexiglass barriers like they have in restaurants? So that's sort of one body of questions. Like, I think we need to think really carefully about lunch at less than 3 feet masks off, because I think that is going to be a source of concern. And I feel like we could do a little bit more mitigation if we're more creative with our space using, and perhaps we invest in physical barriers, which, you can sit at a desk and have lunch without your mask off if you're at a barrier. So have we thought about that? Is that in the pipeline at all?
I can answer it quickly on the plexiglass, right? Because we've actually made some installations throughout the district at high traffic areas such as reception desks, nurses' desks, other offices where they're for direct services. As far as I know, there's still no scientific guidance that is even recommending them. I know that DESE's guidance was actually shying us away from it because it became just yet another surface to maintain and clean. If it's the will of the community, I mean, we can look at that further, but that's.
I would be curious to know about that, because I know that that's a strategy we're seeing in other places, in private schools and in restaurants. I mean, it is a barrier, so I would like to explore that. I mean, I think that might make people feel a little better. I want to second or maybe third the idea that I think we should also consider using some of our existing surplus for some additional counselor or helper or nurse, or just on that first day when we have more people back. I think we're going to need more staff to just help the kids that are feeling lost or overwhelmed or concerned. And I think that that's going to be, it's going to be a lot to ask of our teachers to absorb the new kids. And I think if we have funding and time, or again, parent volunteers who have been quarried, who can just help, not provide instruction, but just help be there. Like if someone's struggling, to try to provide some help. So I want us to be thoughtful about that. One other thought that comes to my mind is the date of, I think it was March 12th, you said you're going to roll out a survey about who's going to change learning model. I'm a little bit concerned about the little bit of time we have to make those adjustments at a classroom or building level, because I think there will be families that opt back in, and I think there are families that are going to opt back out. And I'm a little bit concerned about the shuffling and whether or not our teachers are really going to have time to do that. So one of my concerns about taking away the teacher workshop day on the 15th is that, once that survey goes out and we start to think about it, I'm concerned that teachers aren't going to have enough time, not to physically prepare their rooms, but to deal with the rearranging of students. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can build in a little bit more time to help the teachers and the families prepare for that. And then the last thing two other things I'll say. We're talking a lot about bringing the kids back. I haven't heard a single piece of support of how we're going to continue to support the fully remote families, which, are still there. We might have more people coming in. There might be new kids in a remote track. As much as I'm super eager to get the kids back, having been a fully remote family for most of this year myself, we frequently are forgotten. In fact, today we got 2 emails from families that were fully remote that continue to be ignored by the district. So this is all about the kids coming in person. What is the plan to support the kids that are going to stay remote or move to remote? And I think that as you develop this plan, we need to also explain that to people. So that's something that seems like it's sort of missing here. And then the last thing I just want to draw attention to, not to overcomplicate things, but I think that data matters. On the CDC categorization of chart, I think it's really important to note for the community, the 2 metrics that we're using are not interchangeable. And I think that the way it's presented could really easily be misunderstood. You can't necessarily just transfer it because the CDC metric is total new cases. And we're using average daily incident rate, which is a totally different mathematical number. So I do agree that we're completely in the moderate to actually moderate yellow in the state, and gray is Wenham right now. So we're absolutely in the lower range, but I'm a little hesitant to represent that we're just going to swap out the numbers because they're totally different metrics. And the reason that the state shifted to a non-county based system in the first place is that it's sort of a blunt instrument, right? So the state months ago, even when the CDC had its old numbers, said we can do it by town, and then average daily incident rate is a more sensitive metric, especially in small communities. So I'm a little uneasy with the data presentation that we are here on the color-coded chart. That's like apples and bananas, like they're not the same metric. So I don't want the public to think they're interchangeable because they're not. Even still, we are in the moderate to low. I absolutely support this 1,000%. But I don't want the public to think that we can switch 2 metrics around because we can't actually do that. So I think those are all my questions. I mean, I think I'm not as worried about the quick upshift. I think the public has been clamoring for this for a while. I'm also mindful that we have had KN1 all back relatively quickly, and I haven't heard that there were massive hiccups. So in some ways, we did have a population come back that adjusted pretty quickly. And I haven't been hearing from a lot of people that that's been a rocky transition. So I guess I'm cautiously optimistic that this will go smoother. I don't share the concern about it. I think everyone's going to be so eager to get back who wants to get back, but I am concerned about the families going the other direction, that we're going to forget about them, which unfortunately has been my experience as a remote family for most of this year. So I think it's great. I just want more details. But I think it's the right thing to do. That's it.
And we'll hear from Dana after Ethan.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of important for me to echo the concerns about lunches. I think that is one of the biggest things that I've picked up on as kind of a student, as someone who's actually been in the lunchroom when it's been 6 feet, when it's been 8 feet. I think in terms of the student opinion, that is what kind of draws the most concerns. It feels like, for me at least, and I'm sure for a lot of my other my fellow students, it feels like that is kind of the most risky part of the day when it comes to kind of COVID contraction, because with the mask off element, and some people may be like turning around in their lunch seat, kind of talking to other people directed at them. I think in terms of the student perspective, it probably causes the most worries from what I've seen.
Dana?
I also have a lot of comments, but I actually first have just a clarifying question, is that somewhere along the way in all the guidelines, I actually don't know what the new transportation guidelines are. So what are the buses I've lost track of all the different guidelines. So what are
Really,
they?
Dana, there's only been a couple changes.
Yeah, exactly. But I know you said there are new guidelines and we're ready to follow them. So I wanted to hear what they are.
There are at if you had strictly elementary buses, there is actually no capacity limit right now on buses, but our buses are combined, and there's a slight difference when you get to the secondary level with 2 students per seat, as long as you're in a particular zone. And Tom, do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Truthfully, I haven't fully broken it down, but you capture the essence of it. So a lot of the limitations of the reduced capacity from this fall have been lifted and more or less represent 2 students per seat. In the guidance provided by DESE, they indicate study towards the air exchange rate in the buses with the windows down. There's additional guidance to possibly have the district provide ponchos in case of inclement weather to keep the windows down.
And
I'm
so-
sorry, I just wasn't,
Well,
I can
so
break
my-
it down and send it out to the
Well, and
community.
actually my bigger picture question is just like, given that we're going to follow all the new guidance, do we don't need to make changes in bus routes and scheduling, or do we, or?
That's a good question. So that's actually a better question than I can answer. So the reason why I don't have every single one of the bullet points memorized right now from that transportation guidance is that we haven't hit that threshold where it impacts our current busing situation. So we're still under the old guidelines. We haven't had to exceed them. However, as we're combining cohorts A and B, we're looking at possibly doubling our ridership, right? So that's when we're going to have to be strategic, maybe reroute some buses to balance the loads a little better, so we can achieve as much distance and less seat sharing as possible. But as we issue more surveying and better surveying, Mr. Polito, to the community, we will, when we're looking for that commitment from families, part of that is going to be indicate your mode of transportation. So I look forward to working with people in the community to set up walking to school programs in neighborhoods. That's where I think we could use some community help in organizing.
That was actually going to be my next question, is that, and you phrased it so much better than I was going to phrase it, because I was sitting here sort of uncomfortably thinking about, would it be safe to say that one way that parents could help would be to foster other ways for their children to get to school?
So there's a trade-off there, right? So if we ask too many parents to drive their students to school, we end up backing up traffic into Ipswich, right? So, that's where maybe we look at like the walking school bus concept, or maybe we will run like a hybrid shuttle type where we're dropping off to a location that's close to the school, and then we have the students walk. We're just going to have to really base it on the need for the busing, and that's going to be critical data to get.
Yeah. And I guess thank you. That leads into sort of, I think we really can tap into some motivated parents. We really have some really motivated parents that are normally the parents that would have been doing all kinds of things in our schools, and they can't this year. And I love the idea of, enlisting some of those parents, and hopefully some of them are here tonight that would love to step up and create things like walking school buses and organized neighborhood. Because I think that's a great opportunity, and I know we have so many parents that want to be enlisted, and I think that could be a great opportunity.
I can take that as an action item from the committee then, and put out a communication that let's start planning some of this stuff as far as walking to school, and put together some good minds.
I guess I wanted to say, one more thing. I wanted to just reiterate how I also was really thrilled about this plan, excited to read it. I am really, really impressed with the vaccine clinic that has been organized in our district. I think people really, I know that was that didn't just happen overnight. That was a lot of work to get that to happen. And then finally, I guess I just wanted to say, I think to Anna's point, I also don't really have a concern about this happening too quickly. I feel like that her point was I actually had the same point written down, which is that, we actually have already done this with K-1, and there was a lot of thoughtful planning that went into it. And because of that, it has gone pretty smoothly. And so I feel like we've actually done that already, and that I don't feel like this is, so I don't share a real worry about it happening too quickly. I do share the concern. So I feel good about the plan, and I feel like April 5th, I'm good with that. I do share the concern, not just with our district, but with the entire country and the entire world I do share a concern about spread and whether moving to more normalcy broadly, but that is not an educational concern. I feel like educationally this plan is sound, and I feel like we're ready to move forward. I do. So I hope those things sound different, that my concern is that I'm worried about what's happening in Texas. Like, we're just going to go back to normal now. I'm worried about that. But I'm excited about this plan.
Dana, if I might speak to your question about the busing. So the guidance that has come from DESE is it removes any capacity restrictions on the bus. What they're looking at is, as long as the windows are cracked at least 2 inches, the studies are showing, it's supposedly a study out of Harvard. It's linked in the guidance, and I confess I have not read the study that's linked, but that the air exchanges are sufficient to reduce any risk of spread. However, it is important to point out for people to go in eyes wide open that without the capacity restrictions, that does not remove you from being designated a close contact. If you're on the bus for 10 minutes on the way to school and 10 minutes on the way home, you will be named as a close contact. And so Tom did a really fantastic job reworking the identification. And it's something that when we have more capacity on the bus, we'll have to do again. All of the seats are numbered. Students have an assigned seat, so we're clear who's where. Now, that being said, that's a little sort of cautionary statement, but that again speaks to the benefit of the pooled testing, that at least once a week, all of these students will be tested, and we'll have, all the students who opt in will have a chance to be tested. And so that those things work nicely together, to my mind.
Thank you.
So I guess I want to ask, the rules on visitors to the schools, how is this going to affect that?
I think that the way that I would answer that at this point is to reiterate that this is phase 1 of full in-person learning. So many of the mitigation strategies that we have, we will continue to utilize. So right now, we would not be thinking about relaxing that visitor piece, because that's one way that we keep our buildings safe. And I think it's important to remind everybody that this is not like, okay, good, headed to your point, Dana, it's all done, just bring everybody back. That is not what we're proposing. We are proposing to bring students back for full in-person learning with these structures and strategies in place to help keep them safe. So at this point, I think we would see visitors as falling under something within our control to keep our school environments safe and not exposing lots of people to our particular buildings. And again, like everything, that may evolve over time, but that would be my initial thought around that, Michelle.
And I guess next one thing to comment, and then I want to ask the committee's opinion on something is when we're making this decision, we have to think about what is the priority. What do we have to do legally? What do we have to do ethically? And also, what is the priority of the community? And we have to do that with limited resources. So when we make a change, as we've been saying all along, unfortunately, there are those who get what they want, and there are those who have a consequence to that. And I think we need to keep in mind that we can try as hard as possible to make any negative consequences as insignificant as possible. But there will be people who are not happy with this change. And I hope that the community will be compassionate around those people who are not happy with this change. And that people will understand that their concerns and their fears are real, and that their experiences are their own, and that we should not say that they're irrational or they're wrong. So I'm hoping the community will pull together and be compassionate to each other. So one thing I am a little concerned about is Tom has a ton of work to do between now and April 5th. And he's made a statement that there hasn't been a lot of research around the plexiglass. And so unless the rest of the committee wants Tom to be spending his time on doing that sort of research, I want to be sure he has the correct direction. I know Anna has made that request, but unless it's a request of the committee, I'm not sure that, Tom could be using his prioritized time to do things to get us ready. So I guess I want to get a sense of the committee on if the rest of the committee needs to hear about those plexiglass barriers.
What was the specific request? Was it just how much is it going to cost?
I didn't get the clarity. So if we're going to do that, Anna's going to need to maybe clarify what exactly she's looking for.
Well, I guess I was just thinking that there's a concern about having 3 feet at lunchtime or at mass breaks, and that we might need to provide an additional mitigation strategy. So what I was referencing are I've seen pictures of people in other schools or cafeterias or restaurants where people are eating and there is a barrier between them or around them as a mitigation strategy. So I guess my request was, could we price out what some of that would cost and what it would look like? I mean, I don't know that I necessarily feel the need to do like a ton of research about it. I mean, I think the efficacy of a plexiglass barrier is fairly well established. I mean, that's not a new radical suggestion. So I guess my concern wouldn't be for Tom to research the efficacy of plexiglass. I think that's, in my opinion, that's already in the realm of information. My question would be, could we invest some of our money into barriers for those mass break and lunchroom settings where we may not be able to achieve 3 feet? I'm sorry, when we have to have 3 feet without masks on during lunch.
Mary Beth and then Dana.
My sense right now about how to best move forward with that is we are awaiting guidance from DESE. I know that they do a lot of consults with medical professionals out of Boston. So, what we've certainly heard here, and it has been on our radar screen as well, is the worry about lunch and what does that look like. So at kind of the next meeting that we have, I am hopeful that we will have guidance from DESE and we can talk to you about what mitigation strategies or what approaches we see as being helpful that's in alignment with the guidance to address the concerns I've heard from everybody about the lunch time. Does that feel like an appropriate way to move forward? We'll plan to come with some additional details and thoughts about lunch.
Dana?
So that was sort of very similar to what I was going to say, which is that I think perhaps what we're looking for is that it seems pretty clear to me that the committee is expressing that we would like to task you with what you're just saying, is that when you come back, that we would like some more information. So we'd like, I don't want to put everybody's word, but I think it's reasonable to say we'd like to task you with we'd like more information about the specifics about mitigation strategies at lunch, one of which may or may not be plexiglass. I don't know, but I would like, yeah. So I think I personally would like it to be more general, because there could be mitigation strategies that you discover or you create but I think we all would like to hear more about that in the next version, the next update.
If I can give a little comfort, I would like the chance, to review with the leadership team about lunches with our food service personnel. And I want to come back with plexiglass it could be on the list, but I want to come back with some really creative solutions. So maybe that, plexiglass becomes a moot point. So I want to come back with something better than plexiglass. And I'm not sure that maybe it would make people feel more comfortable. I'm not sure, but I think that we can take some creativity and put it into work here, because everybody keeps going back to lunches. And
Anna?
Yeah, I just want to sort of pick back up like that. I'm not at all saying that's the only solution. In fact, I had like 4 or 5 other ideas about using other classroom spaces or staying in the classroom or other things. So I guess I want to sort of echo what Dana just said. The next time this comes around, I think we need a really clear plan for what the lunch strategy is and what those things could mean to help reassure the public on that particular point. And again, if we're feeling strapped for time or resources or things like this is a place I think that the public, we could put in a request and say like, we need some help with this or finding this or building this or cleaning it. Like anytime that we're up against a logistical wall, I want us to say, instead of saying, oh gosh, we hit a barrier, we can't do it. I want us to pitch it and say like, we've hit a wall, we're maxed out. Like Tom, you are holding up, like you're like Atlas right now, like the entire district is holding the world up. So if you feel like it's just one thing too much.
Anna, you're frozen.
I'm saying we need a really robust lunch plan is what we need.
And
did you guys hear any of that?
Peter?
Yeah, we did hear that, Anna. Sorry, you just froze for a few seconds. I have one question for Director Geary, one question for Assistant Superintendent Leone. For Mr. Geary, just because I make light of the situation doesn't mean I take the situation lightly. I'm a victim of the COVID calories. Can I get one of those ponchos in my size? Because my clothes don't fit me anymore. So I'm just going to start wearing ponchos. And my question for both Director Geary and Assistant Super Leone, what are the costs of the desk going to be? What's the cost of the pool testing? What are the cost of teacher leave? Is there a cost with additional custodians? This sounds like it's could blow up our budget.
So some of those items I hit on the budget transfer in a little bit.
Okay.
I can answer them now or wait. It's up to you
No,
guys.
I'll wait. I don't want to hold up the crew.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the plan. So there'll be more information on the plan next week. So part of the plan is to vote on the change in the calendar, and voting on the change in the calendar doesn't necessarily mean you're voting on the plan. But if we don't vote on the change in the calendar, then that part of the plan is going to be unlikely, because by the time we get around, it'll be too late. So Mary Beth, do you want to just talk quickly about what we're doing?
Right.
And why we're doing it, since there has been a question about that.
Sure. So what we're looking at is that on our current calendar, we have March 15th scheduled as a teacher in-service day when students would not be coming to school. We know from our K-1 return the value of having teachers have a full day before students come back to prepare their classroom, to work through the intricacies of changing from a hybrid situation to a full classroom. And so we want to give our teachers that day. So what we are proposing is that we have March 15th be a full school day and move that in-service day to April 1st, which will then provide all of our teachers in the district a full day to make the necessary preparations for this next new pivot that they will be asked to do. I have heard a number of people speak positively about how the K-1 return went. And part of why I think that went really well is that we listened to teachers about what it was that they needed to help this go well. There was a lot of thoughtful planning so that when it occurred, it went smoothly. And this will be a more major return, and having that day helps to ensure that things go smoothly and things are well thought out and well prepared when our students return.
Great. So Dana, do you want to make a motion that we would change the calendar for this year?
Sure. I move that the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School Committee approve a change in the calendar so that March 15th would become a regular school day and April 1st would be a teacher development day.
Is there a second?
April, did you say April 1st?
Yes. I meant to, April 1st. April 1st.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Julia. Great. Do we need to discuss this further?
I have a question.
Yep.
Does March 15th, first of all, I think it's a great idea. I just have a quick question, but March 15th is a Monday and April 1st is a Thursday. So those are different cohorts. So how does it impact the time and learning for the cohorts?
You know, at this point on the following Monday, everybody's coming back. We need that Thursday as the day before. It's the last school day we have before everybody returning. So that is what is driving that decision, and trying to balance cohort days as we're moving to full in person at this point, I would say would not be a significant priority.
Fair enough. Thank you for your candor on that.
Anna?
I have two questions. So one of them I sort of alluded to first. What, in terms of prepping on the other things, as opposed to just the Thursday before, do we feel like the teachers have enough time to manage the weeks leading up to it before then? Is the intention that they would do that on the Wednesday afternoons, or that would be something the administrators would be handling, or how are we going to make sure that they're ready? Like, for example, if they're not ready on the 1st, are we sure that we want to take away the 15th? Are we sure we don't need them both?
One of the things we are most likely going to come back to you on April 12th to have that be a no school day and tack that on to the end of the school year. So keeping the 15th on there would again push that out into June. So I want to be careful about not tacking a lot of days on to the end of the school year that were not anticipated. One of the real benefits that Hamilton-Wenham has is that early release Wednesday. So I would envision taking advantage of that. and having groups of people coming together to problem solve. Administrators can take a lot of that, but they'll also be working collaboratively with their faculty. And I trust that our principals can work with faculties and figure out how to do this well. They have been managing a great deal and doing a beautiful job of it. And what I do know is if they are running into obstacles or concerns, they will let me know. And then I will let you know if we need to make any additional adjustments.
Also, that would require us to pay the teachers for an additional day because you would be having 2 PD days instead of 1 PD day, and they are only contractually obligated to work a certain number of days. So that would cost almost $200,000 for us to have an additional PD day.
I thought each additional PD day is only like $11,000, but it doesn't.
To pay the salary of every person in the district?
Well, I guess my Beth is, since it sounds like we're really talking seriously about the Monday the 12th. I mean, everyone I know who's had that second shot has had some suffering. I think there might be some advantage if we're going to do that switch to just do it now and give people time to plan for it. Because I will say I did get some negative feedback about this proposed switch. A lot of people had planned things for the 15th that they've had to adjust. And I think the more notice we can give parents that they might have to make alternate arrangements would be good for the parents. I also think it would be a great peace of mind to the teachers to know, we know we're going to have the vaccine clinics, which is amazing. If we know we're going to ask it, I would actually say, why not just make both switches now? Like, what's the harm in not doing both? And that way everyone can just plan more effectively if we're going to want to ask for the 12th anyway.
Yeah, my concern is that I was not able to give the committee a heads up and let them know that I would be asking you to vote on that. What I'm hoping people are hearing is that there is going to be requests coming for that at the next meeting. But because this calendar change was not proposed in advance, because we just learned which vaccine we'd be getting today, I would propose the formal vote is next week. But I would say fair warning to the community, it is likely that you are going to see that vote, and I suspect it is likely that the committee would support it. I don't want to speak for you, but yep, go ahead.
Yeah, and then my only other last question, I know this has been something I've advocated for before, instead of taking the Thursday, since financial costs, what if we move that teacher workshop? Add money to the calendar and we still have the. Okay.
I'm sorry, Anna, you froze a couple times there, so there were just bits and pieces that came through.
Sorry, I'll try to say it again. I don't know why my computer is so unstable tonight. I was suggesting why not take Good Friday workshop to that Friday. That way we don't have an additional financial cost, and we've also eliminated the bias issue with Good Friday, and we still have the teachers have a workshop the day before everyone comes back to school.
Yeah, so if we move the in-service day, we don't have the financial cost because what we would be doing, actually, as I'm saying that, let me think that through. If we're moving the in-service day.
It also only gives you 3 days. It only gives you 3 days instead of 4 days.
But the Good Friday is not listed as a work day, is shown as a holiday on the calendar. So teachers aren't really working that day anyway.
But Tom's people need time to get the buildings ready. The custodial people need time to get the buildings ready.
Okay, well, that's fine, but that's never been the rationale for having Good Friday listed as a staff holiday. I mean, I'm raising it as a point of observation that, there's a holiday right there. And I'm just wondering if there's another way to do it without losing the intent of giving them more time, eliminating the holiday. People still have time. We don't add an additional teacher workshop day to incur additional costs. So
This
Just
won't,
throwing it out there as an idea, but
yeah, just so you know that this would not incur additional costs because the teachers have a set number of days that in their contract, and this in-service day is built into that. So we're not adding an
Okay.
in-service day, we're just moving the location of it.
Dana?
I'm good, thank you.
Then let's vote on the calendar. There was a motion and a second. Basically, what we're doing is moving a professional development day from March 15th to April 1st. David,
Yes.
Anna? Oh,
yes.
I'm looking right at you, Julia, and I said Anna. Julia?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
And Michelle? Yes. Okay. So next thing is budget update. As you heard, Rosemary Kennedy came and spoke. The finance working group has been working on some budget revisions. Vinny, Mary Beth really putting their heads together and sharpening pencils and changing some assumptions that may or may not be comfortable for them. And so then last night, they presented that to just like the chair of the FinCom in both towns and both selectmen, just so that they have a heads up for their budget planning purposes. So that went very well. And I guess we're going to now see that as a whole committee tonight.
Great. And I'm going to turn that over to Vinny to offer a presentation on the changes that have occurred.
Vinny, I hate to do this to you because we did it to you the last time, but it's been 3 hours. Does the committee want to take a 10-minute recess or not?
I would like to take a 2-minute recess.
Okay, how about 5-minute recess?
5-minute recess.
I would like 5.
5-minute recess.
I'm like 5, and I'm going to leave the meeting and come back. I'm going to try to reset my internet connection.
5 minutes. So we'll be back at, well, it's going to be 7 minutes. We'll be back at 20 because I need things to be even. That's the way my brain works. Sorry.
Chair Bailey, you're not muted, in case you care.
Thank you.
That was a 4-minute dinner.
Record breaking. Oh,
Mhm.
actually, I think last time was record breaking. This is a little longer. Your pace is off.
Yeah.
No.
I hope it was delicious.
Can you guys hear me okay? Is this better?
You can now.
Yeah, right now it is.
All right.
All right. Okay, Benny, whenever you're ready, we're ready. Oh, well, okay. Michelle and Peter stepped away for just a second. They were there and then they were gone.
You want me to start?
Yep.
Or wait,
Ready.
yep, okay. So tonight, we're here to present the changes to the superintendent's tentative FY22 budget recommendations. So from our meeting last time, we introduced our increase in revenues of approximately $160,000 due to the addition of the SOA funding and the increase of the state aid. And tonight, I'm going to talk about the decreases in expenses that account for about $141,000 decrease. Together, these two items are combined and are resulting in a total net assessment reduction of approximately $302,000. This breaks out into a reduction to Hamilton's assessment of approximately $195,000 and Wenham's assessment reduced by approximately $107,000. Based on this reduction, at this time, we have been told that this does mean that there is no need for an override in either towns. So that is a good thing. So as I said, tonight I'm just going to hit on the changes in the expense categories. As I mentioned, it's a total reduction of $141,000. This is spread out into 6 major DESI categories, 6 out of the 11. I'm going to hit on each one of them briefly. So just starting in order, the first one is instructional materials. So how these charts work is we originally asked for an increase from year over year of approximately $53,000. And with these changes, the new increase or decrease year over year changes. So for instructional materials, we're actually now reducing our year over year budget by approximately $17,000. This represents a total change in the budget of approximately $70,000. So there are 3 changes in instructional materials. The first and biggest one is $55,000 for the Ingenuity platform. This is our remote learning software that we implemented at the beginning of this year for our remote learning students, as we are all returning to full in-person Learning, there is no need for our Ingenuity platform for next year. This amounts for approximately a $55,000 decrease. In addition to that, we are anticipating a reduction of approximately $11,500 for the elementary science materials. As many of you know, during our FY21 reductions we saw last year, we decreased our elementary science materials by a little less than $22,000. We are now decreasing that ask of $22,000 more by $11,000, which results in an overall increase year over year of approximately $10,000. The main idea behind this is that, again, this year, because a lot of students are remote and not in school, we are consuming our science materials at a much lower pace. Therefore, we're going to have still some materials left over at the end of this year. So we believe for next year, we can reduce the anticipated increase that we asked for. The next category is our Bucher musical risers. So if any of you know, our last year or our current year budget included an increase in the Bucher instructional materials line by approximately $4,100 to purchase new musical risers. At the beginning of this year, with all the controversy around the expenses related to COVID-19, we asked the Bucher School to hold off on purchasing the risers, but due to my forecast last time, there are funds left over at this year, so we have asked Bucher to order those risers this year. Therefore, we can reduce it out of next year's budget. So those three items are what make up the reduction in instructional materials. The next category is instructional leadership. We're seeing a reduction from the original ask of about $6,400. So you'll see this in two different areas, in instructional leadership and in professional development. From the last presentation, I informed you that the addition of the elementary curriculum PD coordinator, their FTE is split out into two categories. So we originally asked for a 0.8 FTE elementary curriculum coordinator. Superintendent Banyos believes we can now reduce that to a 0.7 and still achieve what we need to. So that reduction of 0.1 FTE is split out into two DESI categories, which makes it a 0.05 reduction in each category. So you'll see it again in a moment. The next category is other teaching services. We're seeing a reduction of approximately $24,000 in this area. This is due to three major categories. It's a decrease in home services / tutoring salaries of approximately $25,000. This is due to a decrease in the need for ABA home services. Additionally, there is a decrease of approximately $21,000 for our pre-K floating TA. So behind this, during our reductions of FY21, we reduced the total pre-K TAs from 6 to 3. There was originally 2 TAs in each of the 3 classrooms. We moved it down to 1. And then for FY22, we were bringing back 1 of those TAs that would kind of float around to each of the 3 classrooms based on enrollment and recommendation from the student services director. She believes we can manage with the 3 that we currently have. So we have removed that additional position out of next year's budget, which again resulted in a reduction of $21,000. The last thing is actually an increase to our special ed related services, contracted services. And this has to do with the increase in support for the mental health and social emotional consultants. And in addition, additional support for our assistive technology services. The next category is professional development, where we have reduced it by approximately $8,500. This again is the other half of the 0.1 reduction in the elementary curriculum PD coordinator. of approximately $6,400. In addition to that, we are decreasing our outside professional development vendors by approximately $2,000. And the theory behind this is we are implementing the 3 elementary curriculum, the 3 instructional coaches and the elementary curriculum coordinator. Therefore, we believe we can do a lot of those things in-house, thus resulting the need for outside vendors to come in. Excuse me. The next thing is pupil services. Here we are seeing a reduction of approximately $50,000. So in the FY22 budget, we included $50,000 for PPE that we believe still going to be needed at least at the beginning of next year, if not for the entire year. So we're reducing this $50,000 and we're actually going to place it on that ESSER 2 grant. This is a great example of what those funds can be used for. So instead of assessing the towns for this, we are going to write it into one of our grants. I believe the last category is teachers. We're actually seeing an increase in this line of approximately $18,300. This is due to 2 major areas. Our summer school program, there is an increase for compensatory SLP services in lieu of COVID-19 and the reduction of services this year. We are beefing up our summer school program to help support the lack of services received this year. In addition, there's an increase of approximately $3,000 for teacher home services and tutoring salaries. Again, this is due to COVID-19 and the increase of home hospital tutoring needed for next year, along with compensatory time related to COVID-19 again. So those 2 combined are showing a reduction, an increase of $18,000. So when you wrap all those categories up, the decrease of expenses of approximately $140,000 and the increase of revenues of $160,000, it's resulting in an overall operating budget increase of approximately 3.5%. Which represents, when added into our capital, it represents an increase to Hamilton of approximately 4.93%, or just over $1 million, and an increase to Wenham of approximately 2.3%, or an increase of $268. So this is what the overall recommendation of the superintendent would be to put forward. So kind of what's next and what's the next steps. So tonight we definitely want to answer any lingering questions that anyone has tonight. Any questions that you have, we definitely want to answer and clarify anything for you. And we want to take into consideration any final recommendations that the board would have. Next week on Wednesday the 10th, we will be holding our 2nd public hearing. After the hearing, the school committee will vote on the final budget, and then after that, it's get the word out for a town meeting on May 1st. So at this time, I'm going to stop sharing and kind of get your feedback and answer any questions and take any recommendations to put forward for next week.
All right, so we'll do a little round robin, I guess, based on the order of who got back when, because that's how you get ordered on the screen. Peter, you have any questions or comments?
Is this for the overall budget, or are we just talking about this part of it? Because there's multiple exhibits here.
Take any question you have.
Well, I have comments. I'm just wondering, is this the right moment that, because we're,
Absolutely, yep. Are we gonna see the rest of the exhibits, or were those just informational?
So those were informational.
Yeah,
I included 4 exhibits tonight. One is the presentation I just went over. One is the entire budget within the DESE category based on payroll versus non-payroll. There's another, there's another exhibit in there that breaks out all of the changes based on 4 different categories. It's the level service, the restoration from reductions in the FY21 budget, the reorganization that we put forward, and the new investments. So those
Okay.
exhibits were all kind of put there to just help explain the budget in different views, because everyone kind of learns and interprets things differently. So it was just kind of there to help you guys.
All right. All right. So I'm going to go back to one of the reasons I ran to be on school committee. You know, I'm a triple stakeholder. My daughter's in the system. I'm a taxpayer getting squeezed. I was a teacher in the district. But one of the reasons I ran for school committee was to make it an innovative district, a place where people want to bring their students. I just don't see this budget as reflecting an innovative district, reflecting our values. I'm concerned that we're not bringing back language to the middle school in this budget. I'm concerned that we are replacing 6 highly experienced teachers, you know, reading teachers working with children. We're replacing them with 5 coaching positions, not working with teachers. So we're losing those qualified teachers and being replaced with non-experts. I think language should be brought back this year. And I think ideally I share Kevin Sano's vision that language should be introduced earlier. Make it like a district like Milton. We could do that through attrition and it would not cost more money. It would just, we replace a teacher who can start immersing children in the language. So I'm concerned that we're not bringing back counselors. You know, we're not bringing counselors to deal with that social emotional learning component of students coming back. Yeah, those are my major concerns. That we need language back at the middle school. We need to keep the experienced reading teachers working with students, not coaching other teachers. We need to bring back counselors. And I just see this massive professional development budget that could be better spent. Hell, even take time off from professional development. Let's just focus on the kids. And again, for a fraction of the price of this, what we're asking for in this professional development budget, we could have a real learning management system that would identify gaps in student learning, align the curriculum horizontally and vertically, create that individual learning program for each student. I don't think this budget is reflecting our values as a district. So that's my if you're asking for a recommendation on how to tweak the budget, I think we should bring language back to 6th grade. We should keep the 6 highly experienced teachers, reading teachers working with students. We should bring counselors in and we should reduce that professional development budget or move it to keeping those teachers in language. That's my recommendation.
Mary Beth?
You're muted.
Muted.
Sorry about that. So I'll take each one of those pieces one by one. So the first piece is the language issue, and I spent some time today talking with Kevin about that. And one of the things that we talked about, and I would really wanted to push on clarifying is there something related to this budget that impacts a decision about whether or not the community decides to go with one language and push it into the 6th grade and move forward, or have the Spanish and Mandarin Chinese and not have the 6th grade. And the positions are there in the budget to do either. It's really a question of which way does the community want to go? Do they want to revert back to the single language approach, or do they want to maintain both languages? And I would suggest that that's a conversation that's worth having from the committee, but it actually doesn't impact this budget because you would have the same number of positions regardless. So I would push that conversation out probably until April. But you know, that is a question and it really is, what strategy do you want to use? Do you want to use your funds to be able to, again, have a strong single language program? Or is it more important to offer 2 languages? And again, that's a worthwhile debate, but probably can be done outside of the budget process. So let me check on that first.
Well, couldn't we just, instead of putting $382,000 into professional development, which includes instructional coaches, couldn't we bring back teachers?
Yeah, so let me talk about that whole particular issue, right? So when we're talking about instructional coaches, we are talking about folks that are working in classrooms with teachers and with children, right? And that those are critical positions. I will share with you, if you think about a rope, you know how all the different strands are intertwined, that the plan that we put in front of you was like a rope, and all of the different pieces fit together. It wasn't like, okay, you can pull this piece out and the plan is still going to hold. I do want to offer some information about thinking about what we have is not working. And that is a reality. And I'm just going to share some data with you. And, you know, I was struggling to kind of think about what could we pull up that gives some common data. The most obvious piece is MCAS, and where I wouldn't certainly say that's the be all and the end all, but for looking at particularly elementary instruction, you know, what's happening in those 3rd and 4th grades gives you a sense of how programs are operating. So what I looked at is systems, and I took the latest MCAS data, which right now is 2019. And again, this is imperfect. I actually don't love using MCAS for rankings, but just to give you a sense of a picture, right? If you look at, these are 4 districts that ended up with having 2 or more of their elementary schools in their top 25. Westward had 3, Belmont had 3, Shrewsbury had 2, and Lexington had 2. And then I want you to look at the per pupil costs in each of these districts. And I do want to share with you that, as you know, I come out of the Shrewsbury Public Schools. I was the assistant superintendent. I was a principal and assistant principal there. The model that I am putting forth to you is based very closely on the model that is used in Shrewsbury. In Hamilton Wenham, similar rankings are 109, 146, and 237, and your per pupil costs are 18,362. There is a reality here, and this is a system issue. This is not a people issue. We know that we have excellent teachers, but the system is not working. And to try to continue, if you like the results, then you keep doing what you're doing. But I'm going to suggest that there are different ways of going about this. And there are outcomes that districts are getting that are much stronger than what is happening here in Hamilton Wenham. At the same time, I want to give you a sense of context about where Hamilton Wenham is sitting in relation to, I would say, most districts, if not all districts in the state, about curriculum instruction support. But what I decided to do is to just pull what are called the DART districts, the K-12 DART districts, that these are districts that are, for a variety of reasons, what DESE would say are comparable districts to Hamilton Wenham. And I just looked at their central office staff. I did not get into what are the curriculum instruction supports in schools. It's a little bit harder to get all that data, and everybody has a slightly different model. But these are the K-12 districts in DART. Groton Dunstable has an assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction. Hamilton Wenham has nothing. Hanover has both an assistant superintendent for curriculum and a director of curriculum and PD. Longmeadow has an assistant superintendent of curriculum. Linfield has a director of curriculum. Manchester Essex has director of curriculum. Medway has an assistant superintendent of curriculum. North Reading has an assistant superintendent of curriculum. Westwood has an assistant superintendent of curriculum and a director of PD, and Wilmington has an assistant superintendent. I am, as your superintendent and as somebody who has worked on systems for a long time, I am sharing with you that these are critical positions that need to be put back. We have taken and do not have, we are the only district, and if I put out all the districts in the state, I think you're going to see a similar pattern, but I just pulled the ones in our DAC category. We are the only district that will not have a central office position. We pushed all the supports to the schools so they're as close to kids as possible. But you must have this level of support in the schools to build out a line curriculum, to make sure your classroom teacher programs are as strong as possible, and having that support across the school. These are not fluff positions. This entire structure was eliminated in June. You are not going to find a district in the state that doesn't have this level of structure. And since October, November, I've been talking to you about the strategy of getting this support structure led by teacher leaders into schools as close as possible to kids. But I do not see this as something where we can eliminate this for another year. And that I do see this as something that supports kids and supports teachers. And I will share in terms of the counseling pieces, that's something that we've certainly looked at. But in every building, we have an adjustment building, and in every building, we have a therapeutic classroom. So in terms of resources in those areas, it is the assessment of the leadership team that we have what we need there right now. So I know that there is a sense of this change being uncomfortable, but I need to share with you that I think that there is clear evidence that what we have is not working, and there's a question as to whether or not you want to change it to a model that has evidence of being more impactful than what we have here.
Could you talk about the fact we're adding a district-wide elementary literacy coach, a district-wide elementary technology coach, a district-wide elementary curriculum coach, and we're taking out, these highly experienced reading teachers who are working with students, especially this post-pandemic. There's going to be gaps in learning when we're replacing with coaching positions.
Right. So again, one of the things that we're doing is we know from a financial perspective, we can't restore lots of positions, right? Add a lot of positions back. So we have to restructure what we have. So one of the instructional tech people would move and be the coordinator across the entire elementary system. One of the reading specialists would move from being building-based to working across the system. One of the reading specialists would move to help meet the needs that we have at the middle school and secondary level. And one of the reading specialists would go back to the classroom. And then what we would do, because you need one person who can help coordinate and train tutors, the actual interventions at an elementary level, once you look at the profile of the student, you have the data, you understand where reading is breaking down for them, the actual interventions themselves are fairly scripted and can be delivered by somebody that does not have as deep expertise as a reading specialist in every building. By trading that off, we get more capacity for intervention than we have with a reading specialist in each building. just to give you a couple thoughts, if you didn't, one of the things that you would have to add to this budget is a reading specialist at the middle school and high school, if you kept that. And then you would again be in a position where there is no curriculum instruction support at the elementary level, because we are restructuring these positions to help put the coaches in. Coaches support Tier 1 classroom instruction, which is the place where all students spend the most time. And getting that right and getting that aligned is critical. So I don't know if that helps, Peter, but that is the thinking behind it.
I'm still going to respectfully disagree with the approach. I think we should be keeping them working with students, not, lesser qualified people reading a script or scripting. I think having that experienced teachers working with students cannot be replaced by a script.
What I'm saying here is that the interventions themselves are fairly scripted, right?
Yeah.
And what I can offer you, and whether this is helpful or not, is that I have spent a lot of time working on building out literacy programs. One of the major initiatives in the state was called the Bay State Reading Initiative, that was looking at how you build out strong MTS systems and based on the science of reading. I was a statewide trainer for that particular program, and worked with districts across the state in implementing that. I was also part of the assessment team that went in and looked at these programs in implementation when it received a federal innovation grant. And I've probably been in 20 or 30 different schools looking and understanding about what works and what doesn't. I appreciate that my background may not feel right for you, but I can share with you that I have a fair amount of background in this and have a lot of experience in terms of what are the components of a successful intervention program. And I am offering those to you at this time.
Yeah, I mean, we all know the value of early intervention, working with professionals, I think the loss of these qualified specialists and replaced with non-experts will just cause struggle and frustration for our students who already have a learning gap, and that it's just going to increase the future costs for our district. So I worry about the students, and I worry, that this doesn't reflect our values. I'd still like to see part of our budget to bring back language at the 6th grade and keeping these reading specialists in place.
Anna?
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Mary Beth. So I have a few questions, a few comments, and then I have a question for the committee about process. So this first one is for Vinny, who I know loves it to make sure all the data aligns in all the places. Given that there are 4 flavors of exhibit, which I actually really appreciated, the breakdown of the last one, level service versus restructure, restoration, and new investment. I just have a question for you, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I think when you translated from the DESE category to the DAC for special education, I'm wondering if something was missed, because the SPED DAC summary doesn't include the 15,300 SPED summer school, the 3,000 teacher homeschool services, which were both under the DESE category of teacher. And then under other teaching services, it doesn't have the 22,700 SPED contracted services. Am I misunderstanding the translation, or should those be there? Or have you confused me at long last by having 4 exhibits that sort of talk about the same thing? Maybe I'm just confused at this point. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Might take me 1 second. Let me pull it up. I didn't have that one open.
So I'm looking at, I guess, at exhibit 4, if you're in that one.
So it does list out the summer school.
Under the SPED DAC, though, on that new,
Yes.
the new one?
It does have the summer school for 15,300.
Okay, for the new investment. So those other two things, should those be there under restoration or restructure, or are they somewhere else? Or does it matter? I mean, as long as I know the bottom line is there, I just think from a presentation standpoint, I think this one is helpful, but I'm wondering if it's missing those words.
That would kind of be a reduction because all those other ones are reductions. The new investment is the summer school. I kind of lumped it in with level service. I didn't make a fifth category for reductions. But
those are not reductions per se. I mean, they're moving around. That's fine. I just wanted to draw it to your attention as you're contemplating the best way to like present this to everybody, because I do think this format is helpful. I also wanted to ask, under the 3 elementary DACs, the science materials are still listed there. Did you need to do that, or do those want to come out?
Yep, nope, because those are we're still asking for increases in those lines, just not as big as we originally asked. Yep.
Okay. That was my question for you. I think a couple of comments I have for the superintendent. So I thought it was interesting you presented sort of the data of the other groups. I will just say as a point of sort of order, like that would have been helpful to have in advance as opposed to real time. I think something that strikes me though in looking at that is, those, to me, those aren't really comparables. Shrewsbury has a population of 38,000. Lexington is over 300,000. Belmont is 26,000. Westford is close at 16,000. So I get that rankings wise and, I don't really see those as comparables to us. Like it feels a little unfair to compare us to Lexington, just as a district. But I'm intrigued by the per pupil cost because you're right. Those districts have higher scores, but less per pupil, which then makes me start to wonder, do we need to start talking again about some sort of operational audit? What is it that we're doing that causes us to spend so much money per pupil if our results are less? To me, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not spending enough money. I think it feels like we're spending money potentially in the wrong spots. So I can appreciate that you're trying to do that. I think my frustration is sort of similar to Peter's, which is I don't, and I've said this to you before, I don't support this approach. We've heard some community feedback, but don't support it. But the most interesting thing today really was today, and this was the exhibit that Peter Blessing was trying to talk about earlier. We've actually heard definitively now from the teachers that they don't agree with it either. And they're sort of unrelenting in their comments. So in the attachment that the union sent to us today, some of the statements are, quote, "I have huge concerns with the removal of the elementary reading specialist. It seems like a reckless decision to me." Another person saying, "In a normal year, I would not support cutting the reading specialist and media specialist. I am outraged to think these critical positions are on the chopping block in the middle of a pandemic." So this to me sort of echoes what we heard. We got some really detailed, thoughtful notes from some of our reading specialists. And sort of like Kevin Sano, people have been in the district for a really long time. So it's one thing for Peter and I to disagree with you on sort of our feeling about what the community wants, but we're actually hearing from the teachers themselves. They don't agree with you either. So I'm having a really hard time overlooking that. And the data that Peter was talking about, when the union surveyed their teachers, question, do you support the reorganization plan to shift 3 elementary library media specialists and 3 reading specialists into 1 K-5 technology coordinate list and instructional coaches? 86% of them said no, and 14% said maybe. So I feel like there's a lot of concern about this proposal from the community coming off the pandemic. I've expressed concern, Peter's expressed concern, but to me, the most powerful sort of rebuttal is from the teachers themselves. So I think we need to address that. And I will say, I'll just put it to their words. The part about the teacher's statement that has me most concerned about overall support collaboration was this line. Although we have encouraged members to speak up with any concerns regarding the fiscal year 22 budget at the public comment portion of school committee meetings, they have been reluctant to do so. Their reasoning is twofold. One is that they fear retribution from the administration for daring to disagree with their positions. The other is many feel like no one will listen or care about their opinions.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mary Beth, let me finish. So again, I feel like I want to address what they're saying on sort of a substantive level, but the fact that they're voicing concern to speak up is troubling to me. And I'd like to know how we're going to sort of talk about the morale issue. But I can't support the budget if I feel like it doesn't meet the community needs around supporting people coming out of the pandemic. But I'm especially reticent to support it if the people who actually have to do the work are also so strenuously disagreeing. So I would love it if you could sort of respond to that, because I'm troubled by this union document that we got today.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. So a couple of things that I want to share. You know, I was a elementary principal for a long time, and I can't tell you how many times I had parents come in and say, I'm upset about this, but I didn't want to tell the teacher because I'm afraid of retribution, right? There is a dynamic that having open conversations can be challenging, but that is not, I am happy to also have our leadership team come forward. I know many of them are in the attendees section, that I would say I do not believe there is an iota of evidence to suggest that there would ever be any retribution for anybody speaking up. In this process, started with surveying all of the teachers and getting their feedback there. We set up a vetting group made up of teachers and administrators that worked through this process with us. I held office hours in the budget and walked through all of these questions and transfers with people. I've met personally with people to talk about this. We've had several meetings with just the 6-12 curriculum coordinators. We've had surveys of the 6-12 curriculum coordinators, and met with the administrative group together. So there have been multiple opportunities and invitations for people to share their thinking. The reality that is out there that needs to also be considered is that people in elementary schools and in middle schools and in high schools care deeply about one another. And when someone's job is being changed or restructured, there is a reality that oftentimes people, and they're upset about that their colleagues will rally around them. And the change is really hard. But at some point, there has to be an analysis of what we have. Is it working? And I would suggest strongly that it is not. And what I would definitely share and agree with is that this has been a remarkable year of change. But there were a lot of reductions last year that need to be addressed, and they cannot be addressed in any type of fiscally responsible way by keeping what we have and adding back in. We have to look at this differently. And I know it means change. And I know that that's hard for teachers. It's hard for everybody, particularly in such a volatile year. But the reality is that we have evidence that what we've had is not working. When I came here, the committee told me this was an issue. The literacy team was formed last year because things weren't working. We do not have reading curriculum across the grade levels. We don't have an aligned writing curriculum across the grade levels. There is a problem. This is not about people not being really good at their work. This is about structure and systems. And so I appreciate the concerns. I believe there has been invitations in many different ways for people to talk this through. I appreciate that there is a lot of change, but I don't agree that in any way, shape, or form there is an iota of evidence that anybody cannot come forward and talk about their thoughts and offer their thinking and ever have to be concerned about retribution.
Okay, I think the evidence from this, and I'm thinking back to that anonymous letter we got before before the K through 1, I'm concerned about this undercurrent because I don't disagree that there does seem to be an undercurrent of trouble. And, 2 of the letters we got from the reading specialist talked about time even before the most recent period, that there was a period of time when the district had a different structure and things were working really well. And so I don't totally disagree that we might need to change something, but what's frustrating is that I'm not sure, again, that this is the year to do it. This year is bananas on every level. And so I don't know that this is the right year to roll out a new change. But if or when we do roll out the change, I would hope that we'd have more buy-in from the staff who have to execute it. So just in terms of an overall operational success strategy, typically when someone feels like something is being forced on them and they don't have buy-in, I don't know how successful it's going to be. And the information in this feedback we got from the union and the very thoughtful letters we got from people suggest that they're not on board with your plan. And I don't know that simply forcing it on them is going to yield success. So that's worrisome. And, I think that maybe a structural change might be necessary. Again, I think the timing is not right for now. So just like Peter, he framed it well. Thank you, Peter. I respectfully disagree. And I think the teachers are also sort of respectfully disagreeing. My last question is actually more for us as a committee. So, we have these meetings, we're talking about it, we have a second hearing, but then we vote the very same day. Other than pretty minor changes, like if you really look at the heart of what happened, we added in the Student Opportunity Act, we cut $140,000 out, but $105,000 was Edgenuity and PPE. We haven't really changed the budget much at all. And so I guess process-wise, we're going to have another public hearing. Presumably people will come again and say, I really want, I don't want the literacy coaches. I'm worried about language. Who knows what they're going to say, but then we're going to vote right then and there. So it sort of begs the question of why are we going through all these conversations and spending time on it and giving the appearance of a willingness to change when in fact we actually haven't changed anything at all. And then the timing of it is public hearing, vote. I don't know that, I know that we have a backup meeting next, but we've been talking about this for a while and nothing's really changed. So what is the next step there?
The regional agreement requires that we have a hearing and have the vote on the same day. So the reason we're doing it that way is because the regional agreement states that. We are only required to have one hearing. And that is for many years. I think, David, it was you and Mike Harvey who instituted this second hearing because of this exact question. And so we have opened up and had it earlier so that we could get feedback from the community. So we've kind of already had the change feedback from the community. The next hearing, yes, it's a hearing. However, it's the one that the regional agreement requires. It's not the best system.
Okay.
Write that down for something to talk about in the fall.
Can I say something? I feel like there were changes. I think the budget got pretty significantly changed after the feedback from the town meeting, when the towns basically said they wouldn't support the budget as it was. So I feel like there were some pretty significant changes made at some point. But I don't know. So I'm not sure what the process is for continually making the changes. So Anna, I think I'm like you. I don't know what it is we are trying to do this evening. Or are we trying to make changes? Are we giving feedback? Are we providing our perspective? But I do know, I just want to give credit where credit is due. I do think there were some changes based on the town meetings, but those were the last changes that I saw.
I think that's what I was saying is I think we have changed the dollar amount by adding the student opportunity money in and then taking out PPE and getting rid of Edgenuity. Those 3 things alone changed a significant amount of money, but the fundamental kind of bones of what's being proposed hasn't, we took out the Bucher risers, we moved some people around, we changed some of the sped around. So I don't know that it has, but I hear what you're saying. I just, I've said all my thoughts, but I'm worried about the teacher's perspective, which has been newly and fairly forcefully shared with us just today. And it's worrisome to me to have this sort of letter in our pocket. And I want to honor what they're saying because they're the ones who have to do the work. And I think on some level, they know ground level what they need the most in this particular moment. So, okay, I'm done.
I do what I would offer, and I do want to say I heard a comment about just forcing this. This is a conversation and a process, and if people have questions around how this is going to work, this is something that obviously we need to continue to work with people on. But what I will share with you is that most people in the classroom have not been at a system level trying to figure out how things work. Your leadership team has, and looked at it as a system, and what needs to happen in order to improve it. We want teacher buy-in for sure. And that's something that we will work with and figure out what adjustments or ideas that they have for making something like this work. But there is a difference between being in a classroom and being somebody who is assigned to either work at the system at the school level or at the district level. And the recommendations you have in front of you are the leadership team's recommendations about how to address the concerns that we have so that we are well positioned when students come back next year to meet their needs. So I wanted to just clarify that particular piece and welcome any other questions folks might have.
David? Oh, Vinny, did you need to add something?
I was just gonna comment on the special ed DAC and the why it wasn't listed on the slide. There was 4 major lines that changed. One of them was the summer school for 15,300, which is listed on the sheet. The other 3, it was an increase of 3,000 for home services for teachers, an increase of 22,700 for contracted services. Those 2 amounts add up to 25,700. And then there was a third line that was an exact reduction of 25,700.
I remember
So those,
that.
yep, those netted out to 0, which is why I didn't list it on the sheet, but I probably still should have because it was a change, but where it just came to 0, I didn't list it on there, but just want to clarify it for you.
Okay, thank you.
David?
I don't know where to begin because I have comments sort of all over the place on this. I think that it's important to realize that what's in front of us is a direct result of what was asked of the administration at previous meetings. To say we need to cut the budget and then, come back and not like the cuts, right? You're never going to like the cuts. You're never going to like the cuts. To counter, and again, not sort of be in opposition, Anna, the fact that Vinny was able to sort of pull some things out of the budget that had no direct reflection on, staffing or programming is amazing, right? When you need to find a cut and you can find something like that, that's some, really sharp penciling, right? So, while it's not ideal, it's also what we asked for, right? And not necessarily us, right? But also the towns, right? What we heard from the feedback from the towns. And I can't stress it enough, and I know I will bring it up again next week, that we cannot be balancing the budgets of these towns by cutting services in our schools, our DPW, our police, our fire, right? We can't be balancing these budgets. We have year after year, these people coming back and saying, you need to tighten your belt, you need to tighten your belt, you need to tighten your belt. I throw the challenge back at you. you need to keep these towns from dying, right? You need to be looking at how we can increase revenue here. Because the reality is we need the reading coaches and we need, we need it all. We need the curriculum director. We need everything back that we had. But we have to figure out when and where to bring it back. The idea, it's funny because I was having a conversation about this earlier about, the need to make better data-based decisions in this district. In order to have that data to make those decisions, you need the personnel in the admin building, right? The fact that we were just looking at MCAS data and per pupil expenditures, anyone on this board knows how I feel about per pupil expenditures. It's the most misunderstood, piece of data that it just completely gets misconstrued. Why do we have less services for spending the same amount of money? We have an extra elementary school, right? Is really the quickest and easiest way to say it. Excuse me. That's something we know. That's something we're actually addressing. That's something that has been in the works for years. So a lot of this stuff is not new. I do caution, the idea, Anna, you made a really good point about, I just finished a course in leading change, and the thing that kept coming back in this course was just, in order to initiate change, you need the buy-in. It's the first thing that happens. So, you really hit the nail on the head. Excuse me. That's not to say the change doesn't need to happen, but without that buy-in, it doesn't matter. What worries me, right, and I'm sure it worries you as well, Mary Beth, is that this is your first year in the district, and you have no idea what this district looks like outside of COVID, right? And that's okay. That's not your fault. But to come in and make such sweeping changes is really, really, really a bold move. Because while we don't know, we do know that there were deficiencies and gaps and things that needed to be changed. We haven't had the current reading programming in place for long enough, uninterrupted by COVID, to see if that was leading in a direction. We do know we needed to add, more level 2 services last year. That's something that had come out right before COVID actually hit, was that discovery. So there's all this stuff. And then all of a sudden we had to reduce all those positions. So there's all this stuff that we're trying to fix, but we have to be careful that we're not fixing it without sort of realizing what it really looks like, right? I trust your expertise, I trust your experience to be able to sort of speak to your staff, understand what happened, look at, the data we do have in-house and be able to make decisions based off of that. But, I would be wary about, that buy-in, the timing and the severity of the package we got earlier, isn't coincidental. But at the same time, I don't have an answer for you right now on how this budget should be changed to make the teachers and staff feel heard and feel better about the changes that are necessary under the extremely tight fiscal restrictions we have, especially this year. All of us would be very, very, very nervous if we had to go to an override, and I don't think any of us would feel confident moving that forward. So, we're in sort of a really tough spot, and I just sort of wanted to try and give everyone in this group a little bit of perspective. I wish I had answers. I don't. All I have is a little bit of perspective on, this is what we asked for, or this is what was asked of us, I guess, is a better way of putting it, right? The town's asked us to reduce these numbers. excuse me. And these were the ways that we found the numbers to be reduced. I have, every time we have reduced anything in all 6 budgets I've put forward, every single cut has like hurt personally. And I can tell you it was voting for it, kicking and screaming, like kicking and screaming. Those are the years with the large overrides and the years with the small overrides as well. Anything that gets cut is personal. And like I said, this district is so small, every cut on that piece of paper is actually attached to a name that you probably know. Right. And so that's when this job really sucks. And, and here we are. So I just wanted to sort of say that, just so we all sort of know that there's, like I said, I wish I had some sort of answer. I just think that we need to be looking at this. I'm really thankful for those little gifts of, excuse me, things that could possibly get, that we could get in the district through grants next year, because that $150,000 that we got found in doing that, is 2.5 positions, right? That's huge. So thanks for that, guys.
If David, if I
Dana?
could, oh,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to a couple of things you said. And one, I want to completely agree and align with you that it is critically important that you have people moving forward with you. I think one of the things that I had put on my application when I came was, if you're leading and nobody's following, you're just out for a walk, right? That's really, really important. And having that be a core belief of mine, I have put in lots of structures to try to invite people into conversations. And I listed off some of the ways in which we, both myself and the leadership team have been working with people to engage in this conversation. Surveys, vetting groups made up of teachers, presentations to teachers with office hours where I've walked through the plan with people. I have run this through our faculty advisory council that I meet all the time. And I have to tell you that I heard from one reading teacher who had concerns, and I went over and personally met with them. And I have never heard and gotten this data. In fact, this data wasn't even sent to me, and it was sent today. And that doesn't feel real good either. That collaboration and working together means that we have a culture of respect, and that if I had provided no way for people to engage in this conversation, then I think that I would not be surprised to find where we are right now in terms of a letter, not a survey that not all teachers answered, but some teachers did. And I asked the culture question of, how do we get to a place, or how does a district have a culture in which the way that problems that people have, you're not talking, if there's an issue with me, or this particular approach, then I'm expecting the union to come to me first and say, let's sit down and talk about this. We have survey data that's concerning. But in this culture, that was not something that was provided. This went just right to you. And I would say that this is a signal of one of the other district goals that we have about culture and how we work with one another and how we address problems. And what I will say to you, and I have said to the staff, is that, I will listen and work through things with you, right? Sometimes a call has to be made, and not everybody's going to hear the answer they want. We've seen that with COVID for sure, right? But that is a core value that I have in terms of talking with people and trying to figure out what makes sense. But that goes both ways, right? And so I want to add that other lens onto this conversation. Because I have some concerns culturally about how this played out.
Julia, I know you spoke for a little quick second before, but I think, did you have something more you wanted to say?
I didn't have a question. I mean, I think we've gone through the budget ad nauseum, line by line by line by line by line, multiple times. I did just want to say one thing, fully in support of bringing back 6th grade language. I know we beat it like a dead horse, but I just wanted to lend my voice to that. And I do hope that it is something that we can bring back as the budget allows us in future years. So that's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Dana?
Thank you. Okay. Not quite sure where to start. I have a really different point of view. I came to Mary Beth. First of all, I want to back up and say Vinny has been fabulous, and he has helped me to understand that. I've spent a lot of time with Vinny. I've had private tutorials so that he's helped me to really understand this budget, and I'm eternally grateful because it's allowing me for now and for the future to really understand and make better decisions. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I, in my most recent conversation with Mary Beth, I just want to share that I really, I came at Mary Beth with very much the concerns that Peter started this conversation off with. And I came away really feeling like the answer that Mary Beth gave, which was very similar to the answer that she just gave now, particularly around her background in, designing and running and training people in how to run literacy programs, really made me, take a step back and say, you know what? Things aren't working. We know that. What would I want? I want somebody who's going to come up with an innovative way to look at this. And David actually used the word bold move, and he wasn't necessarily talking about the same thing that I'm talking about. But I guess I feel like we need to do something. I am admittedly biased because my professional job is to be a coach, and I believe in the power of that coaching is a transformational way of creating change in systems, and that that's actually what I do, is like I work with parents so that they can transform their families, right? And so it's a very similar, so I am admittedly biased, but I will tell you that at first blush, that's not how I approached it. I approached it very much, with the idea that, it's just to what David and Anna and Peter said at the beginning. But I guess I just want to say I had a sort of change by listening to what Mary Beth hopes to achieve. I see similar operational concerns that other people have about buy-in and how to get this actually. I see those concerns, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I kind of feel like that's not my job. That's Mary Beth's job. Like, I see those concerns in implementation, and that's not part of the budget. That's part of the leadership team to figure out the implementation and to get the buy-in. And I do want to hear about it and I want to know about it, but I don't think it's my place to say how to do that. I think I had two quick, questions. One, the PPE is going to be, we're not eliminating the possibility of the $50,000 PPE is hypothetically going to be paid by the ESSER grant if we need it next year. So it's still, but I'm just making sure. And then I think, Mary Beth, that you just said that we would still, because if we wanted to have a conversation about the 6th grade language, because I have a lot of thoughts on that, but I understood you to say that there would be sort of a budget neutral conversation potentially around bringing back sixth grade language, which might mean the elimination of Mandarin versus, is that correct? That could be a conversation for another day.
Yeah, I actually spent a fair amount of time chatting with Kevin today to make sure that I understood this correctly. So what she is saying is that if you start to phase out, you wouldn't eliminate it because you have students that are in Mandarin and you would want to give them the opportunity to work their way through that particular world language. But if you start to phase it out, there is a way to restructure so that you could repurpose some positions and begin Spanish in sixth grade next year.
So, but I guess
but it would mean that the decision would be made to start to phase out Mandarin. My sense is that the community is going to have a wide variety of perspectives around that. Both things you can hear and say, I can see where that would have value. Being able to provide foreign language or world language starting in sixth grade, I think we all see the value in that, right? And what's the trade-off that people want to make? You know, we also can see the value in teaching more than one world language, right? And that is the choice that is really in front of the district. But it doesn't impact the budget. It just impacts how you fill those positions that are.
So I guess that's what I was, because I actually think that's a super important conversation, but I am also mindful of the fact that it's 11:30, and if it doesn't relate to this, like, then as long as because I do think it's a really important conversation, but I'm okay not having it now. Like if that's, so thank you.
Jill Horgan.
Thank you. The meeting we had yesterday with the FinComs and the Board of Selectmen was really good. They were thankful that we were able to reduce our budget and really stress the importance of the collaboration that's been happening over the last 2 years and especially this year. But one takeaway I had was that they're thankful for this year, but they're really looking out for FY 23, 24, and 25 because they know that nothing's happening for our towns on the horizon. So they're really concerned about that. So if we take a step back to a year ago, and David, you mentioned this a couple of meetings ago, when we made those cuts to curriculum, Julie had said, this is not sustainable. As a district, you cannot have this position vacant. So now fast forward to where we are now with this budget, and Superintendent Banyos and the leadership team has come up with a creative way of implementing curriculum back into our district without ticking off either towns, with our budget being at a below rate that would kick off Prop 2.5. So I just want to keep that in mind because moving forward in 23, 24, and 25, it's not going to get any easier. So if we have if the leadership team has found a way to put these pieces back in place without costing any one position, without adding any top layers to the administrative building, to the White House, I think this is something we really need to give it a go. And again, we've got cultural issues. There's some cultural issues. There's some operational issues. But the fact that our budget is where it is today and we have curriculum back in place is key. So that's my piece.
Yeah. So for me, very similar. Vice principal I used to work with would say the only thing that people hate more than what is right now is the change you're going to make. And, you know, I think that we need to make a change. I know if Stacy Metternich was here, she would tell you that for as long as she's been on the committee and even before that, she's complained about the ELA curriculum at the elementary school. So I think we need to make a change. The fact that Mary Beth has come up with a way of doing that without adding, hardly make that change and the curriculum change and only adding a 0.7 in that entire change of teacher is great. I also think that when we're looking at the culture of our district, we have to remember that cultural change takes a long time. And so if we have a culture where people are afraid of retribution, that's probably not something that's developed since July. It's probably something that's been here longer. And it takes a long time for cultural change to happen. So I think we need to kind of give Mary Beth a break there. That's not her making, and it's not hers to fix in the, I don't know, what is it, 9 months that you've been here. It's going to take some time. I understand having a teacher work directly with a child who's highly trained is better than having a paraprofessional who has been trained by the teacher for a shorter period of time. However, we can provide more services better with the teaching assistants that'll come in. And I've seen teaching assistants in this district who are phenomenal at connecting with and working with kids. And I believe that those people are going to be capable of helping us get the literacy done. And it hasn't been an issue this year, but David and I have been here where we're like holding our breath and we're being told we need to spend another $500,000 on out of district placements. That is not sustainable. And the only way to deal with that issue is for us to make sure we're providing good tier 1 instruction, good interventions, and good tier 3 and we're not doing that right now, so we need this. So I'm wholeheartedly supportive of it, and I completely understand the cuts, if you want to call them cuts, the rearrangements that are happening, and they're not great, but they're necessary. So it's difficult to prioritize. So I will look forward to next week, and because it's 11:30, well, it's actually almost 11:40, and we still have more budget, I think we need to move on. So the next thing is budget transfers, which are necessary.
Peter had his hand up. Sorry.
Yep, everyone had one turn to speak. If we would like to go around a second round, but I'm sorry, it's 11:40. So, and Oregon has spoken to much less time than other people, and I'm trying to be fair and balanced in how much time people get to speak. So.
I mean, for something so critical, I think we can extend the conversation a few more minutes. Does it require me to make a motion?
Peter, here's the thing, Peter. It's fine. That's fine, Peter. But you'll ask that, and Anna will ask that, and it just goes on and on and on. This isn't fine. Just fine. I'm trying to help us have more effective meetings, but this meeting is going on and on and on.
It just sounds like you're quieting dissenting voices.
I'm not, Peter. I'm not quieting dissenting voices. Have your say. We're spending more time arguing about whether or not you can speak. So just speak instead of trying to come back at me. Just say what you want to say.
All right. I'd like to clear the record for a couple of things. One, about what I've been asking for in this budget cut. These were not the cuts I asked. I asked that the professional development budget, specifically instructional coaches and directors positions, community liaison and public relations positions, not be in this budget because it doesn't reflect our values. But I also want to correct the record. Two other things. One, we could be having languages in the much earlier, because 3 years ago under Mike Harvey and under Julie Kuchenberger, I said foreign governments will provide seed money to start introducing language earlier. The French government will do it. And then lastly, I just want to correct the record because it was said that teachers were just rallying around other teachers or around their colleagues. However, I strongly push back at that because they are in fact rallying around the students and the student success, because they recognize that reading specialist expertise and insight cannot be replaced by part-time teaching assistants. You know, and when you look at their language, we are moving in the wrong direction if we cut teachers and add curriculum coordinators. We need qualified teachers to be with children. It's a disservice to students and our experienced reading teachers to follow through with this plan. Let's see, cheaper does not mean better. I'm really opposed to having unqualified TAs teach reading to children that are at risk. I have huge concerns with the removal of elementary reading specialists. It seems like a reckless decision to me. I've always found the collaboration between myself and our reading specialists to be an essential part of meeting the needs of my struggling readers. In another one, in a normal year, I would not support cutting reading specialists and media specialists. I am outraged to think that these critical positions are on the chopping block in the middle of a pandemic when they need to work with their most risk population. So I'd like to correct the record that I did ask for cuts. I did ask for this instructional coaches and directors not be added. I've been saying since last year's budget that we need to protect and keep the reading specialists in place. I've been asking for that for last budget, now this budget. And we just keep sacrificing the kids who are most struggling. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the committee who would like a second chance to speak? Anna?
Thanks, Michelle. I'll be quick though. I think I want to make an observation for the teachers that are listening into this, that given how hard they've worked this year, when we say things out loud like there is no curriculum, none of this is working, everything is bad, I just want to make an observation that those are the kind of statements that as a teacher, I can imagine are very damaging to hear right now. I think there is curriculum. You know, we have some veteran teachers that have been here for decades. And although we don't have a director of elementary curriculum position, which among all of the things the teachers were surveyed on seems to be the one that is the most palatable, I think we need to be very careful that we're saying the sky is falling, there's no curriculum, no one's talking to each other, everyone is in silos. I want to just speak directly to the teachers that I can see how that would be profoundly offensive to say that to them in light of what they've done this year. So that's one point I want to make. The second point I want to make is kind of back to the idea of multiple variables, right? If you have a problem and you move too many variables at one time, you don't know what really solved the problem, right? So again, I'm not saying we don't necessarily have a structural issue, but this year, when everything has changed, to add an additional change feels just sort of like in a problem-solving way, sort of ill-advised. I want to make a really serious point about, and I said this in our finance meeting, and I think I'll say it again here because I don't think we haven't talked about it here. I think it's really, I think it could be really dangerous to establish a narrative by where we always say that the more money we put into literacy means we'll stop our out-of-district placements, because not all special education issues are literacy based. There are some students in our district that are profoundly expensive to educate that sometimes go out of district that have nothing to do with literacy. So I think as a narrative in the community, I don't want to make it sound like if we fix the literacy problem, that out of district goes away, because that's not true. And then the point about culture, and I think, I agree with Michelle actually that culture takes time to develop, but at the same time, we have a new superintendent. It's been a horrible year for everyone, but there is a theme. If you go back to the beginning of the year, the teachers also said, we didn't feel heard. We went to the design week. We didn't feel heard. We were just told what to do. We had that whole really painful forum. We had the anonymous letter. We have this now. So I agree that, culture is a two-way street. I think Mary Beth has a point there, but I really think it's worrisome to me because even though she's offered all these opportunities to give feedback, if people don't feel comfortable for whatever reason, it doesn't matter that you've tried. I appreciate that you've tried. Like, I recognize that, but if people don't feel comfortable talking to you, it doesn't matter that you have the office hours if nobody comes. You know what I mean? So the culture problem is worrisome. And I think that's something we as a committee need to kind of keep on the back burner of our mind. So I agree. I know we need to move on. I just wanted to make those points as we sort of come through this. And to the teachers out there who have heard, you know, everything's terrible, we don't have curriculum. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's a fair statement to the position. So I just want you to know I hear you and I see you on that, and I wanted to say that out loud.
Anyone else? Mary Beth?
Yeah, so a couple things that I feel like I need to respond to there. One is that we don't have curriculum, and that is not the teacher's fault. That is a system issue. But the reality is that there is no aligned curriculum for reading or for writing across the elementary schools. That is not a knock on teachers. That is a real statement about the existence of curriculum in this district. And so I want to make that really clear. I can share with you, you brought up the anonymous letter. I've actually had teachers from Bucher come to me and ask me to talk to the school committee about making a statement of actually reading an anonymous letter and what that did to their faculty and their culture in a meeting. And so there are communications that come out in this district that are unusual, I would say. And I will certainly reach out to teachers again. But I believe that I have kept the lines of communication open. I have real questions about how this letter was handled and why. And I want to understand that because my value has been, and I believe I have acted with integrity around this, is to invite conversation and to try to figure things out with folks. And I absolutely agree that there is a lot going on. And I do not disagree with the idea that you want to try to minimize the amount of changes when you have this level of disruption in a district. And there is the reality that this critical system was taken out last year. And we are trying to build something back to be ready for kids in the fall. And that it is something that, again, under typical situations, you would not do. But this has to be restored. And it's hard. And I know that one more change is difficult. And we can keep talking with everybody to try to figure out how to make this work. But I am not going to sit here and have you suggest that I have been anything other than respectful to our teachers and inviting of a collaborative approach. And this is a letter not dissimilar to the anonymous letter, where people can say things and not be able to engage in a conversation to unpack what it is that you mean. And I'm concerned about that. And I am going to continue to say that I think that this is a real culture problem. And we need to be addressing it and thinking about it and figuring out how to move forward.
Okay, so in order, anybody else? Julia?
I'm going to add really quickly. I kind of took issue with the anonymous letter only because I feel like what we heard from a lot of the Bucher teachers after that was that it didn't represent them and they weren't sure who sent it. So maybe one of them sent it. I don't know. The other thing that I do know is that I feel everything that it said didn't end up playing out. So I appreciate when people express concerns and email us and send us letters and call us and text us and direct message us and Facebook message us as they do. But that anonymous letter really bothered me. I just feel like it didn't, I just feel like I couldn't wrap my brain around it. I didn't know who it was from. And I also felt like it was really unfairly representing the Bucher teachers that I know and I've talked to, that then came out and said they were really upset about it. So yeah, I don't know. So it might represent a bigger cultural problem, but I'm just more upset that I feel like the teachers were unfairly represented by that one person that we still do not know, we still don't know who it was. So I just want to say to anyone in the community that's watching right now at 11:50, just if you do have concerns, like feel free to bring them up to us, but it's so hard to take them seriously or understand what you're talking about if you are going to be anonymous, if you're not going to say who you are, and you don't have to tell us where you work or anything about that, but just give us a little bit more context. And then I just don't want to unfairly slander the Bucher teachers because they did. And I have to be honest, that really, as a parent of a kindergartner, I went to bed really upset about that letter. Really, truly, honestly upset. And then I found out that the teachers made this most amazing, welcoming, incredible environment from what was said to be this like horrific environment. So my fears were not, they didn't come to fruition. But I don't know. I just want to say that anonymous letters, I just don't know how much credence we can give them. That's all I want to say.
Okay. So in order for the plan of returning to school to even have a hope of moving forward, and even if the plan wasn't to move forward, we would still want tents for the spring as we had in the fall. We need to do some budget transfers. So if Vinny would like to cue that up for us, that would be great. And I love that picture.
Wait a minute, Vinny, bring that back.
Gabrielle. Gabriella.
Oh, Vinny, I haven't seen that one. That's awesome.
It's in the north end. All right. Sorry.
She'll be asleep by the time you get home.
Yes, definitely. Probably me too. Okay, so tonight I'm here to request an FY21 budget transfer in order to return to full in-person. So there's really only one financial item right now that needs your immediate attention. This involves the purchase of approximately 800 desks needed for social distancing. As many of you know, a lot of our student desks are actually small two-person tables. So in order to properly social distance everyone, we can't use those two-person tables because there wouldn't be enough room in the classroom. These desks are costing us roughly $108 a piece. We need 800 of them, so the total cost is approximately $86,328. So tonight we're asking you to transfer the funds so we have the correct appropriation in order to make the purchase. But in addition, this is an ever-evolving situation, and in just the past 2 days, more items have come up that will require a future transfer. So I'm going to quickly just hit on those and then come back to this slide for the actual motion. So right now there are three other big ticket items that I'm not asking for a transfer tonight, and I'll just quickly hit on the three of them and why I'm not asking for a transfer. So the first one is the pool testing, without a doubt the biggest one of the three. The reason we're not asking for the transfer tonight is because from what you heard from Tom and Mary Beth, the state is picking up the expenses from now through April 16th. There is rumbling that the feds might pick it up after that. So the district actually isn't going to be spending any money on pool testing until at least a month and a half from now. So we're not asking for any transfer now, just in case we don't need it. The one thing I hate doing is moving around money when we don't need it. It just confuses the budget even more. And especially for me, I'm the one looking at it all the time. For that reason, we're not asking for a transfer. In addition to that, we kind of don't know what the full extent of the cost is going to be. We do know there's a per person charge, but what we don't know is our participation rate. We estimate that there's going to be about 2,000 people. That includes students and employees, but it could come in much lower than that if there is a low participation rate. In addition to that, are we going to need more staff to actually run the program? Are we going to need to hire the courier service after April 16th to run all the tests down to Cambridge? There's just a lot of questions around it. So right now, it's just kind of informational. It's out there, and there might be a transfer in the future. The next thing is the rental of the tents. The amount on here of $65,000 represents the renting of approximately 14 tents. They'll be installed in late March or early April at the latest, and will be removed in mid-June. The reason we're not asking for a transfer tonight is because we're really trying to explore alternative funding sources. The new FY21 state coronavirus prevention fund that was granted to us recently has to be fully expended by this June 30th. This would be a wonderful expense to put towards it. So that's one of the reasons I'm not recommending that we transfer it tonight, but in the future it could change. The last thing is the need for more chairs. I've been told district-wide we need about 300 chairs, costing us roughly $38 per chair, for a total of $11,526. Apparently, because we're looking at multiple areas for learning spaces and multiple areas for them to eat lunch, there's a need for additional chairs to help with the social distancing. The reason I'm not asking for the transfer tonight is because we really need to do a full-blown assessment across the district on how many chairs we have, as weird as that sounds. We want to get a better grasp on whether or not we actually need these 300 chairs. I'm not fully convinced of it. So in the next couple of days, we're going to do a full inventory. On top of that, I feel like we could maybe pick this up in our operating budget as it stands. So the forecast I gave you 2 weeks ago, I estimated I think it was about $2,000 left over for instructional materials. That's where this would fall. I'm really going to work with Mary Beth and the principals to try to free up funds within that category that for something we would have planned on purchasing between now and June to help pay for the chairs, thus not needing a transfer. But just to kind of inform you guys, there are these 3 big ticket items up there that could result in transfers in the future of approximately $156,000. That kind of sums up the 4 items. I'm just going to go back to the desks because this is the one we is time sensitive. If we want these desks to be here in time for students to return in April, we have to pretty much make the purchase yesterday. So it's kind of time sensitive. And as soon as you do it, we'll probably click the button on the purchase if you approve it. So if you have any questions about the current transfer needed or about any future ones, I can hopefully answer whatever you need.
Sounded like that might be my cue to make a motion first.
Yep, make a motion first.
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee approve the FY21 operating expense budget transfer of $86,328 from insurance retirement other to instructional materials.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Second by Anna. So you can take that down, Vinny.
Yep, sorry.
There a question? David?
Why the heck do we want all these desks? What are they going to do for us after next year? I know we need them to get into the building right now, but I also know that it took 4 years to get in the capital expenditure for, desks that we really felt we needed for this district. Like this kills me because we're not going to see that money again, not for a long time. I will not be on this board when that money comes back.
Agreed. So they will, the plan is to move them all up to the high school once the year is complete, but I agree that it hurts, but I was told in order to get all the kids back and in order to keep them all at a safe distance, you got to get rid of the 2-person tables.
Yeah, and we purposely held off ordering them to see if we would absolutely need them. But now that the window has opened for us to bring everybody back, it was a necessary purchase. Tom, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think if it gives you any comfort knowing, obviously I presented the capital budget item wanting to purchase different furniture and more flexible seating options. So the desk that we purchased in the fall, it's the same desk that we're purchasing now. We do have the opportunity there, the trapezoid shaped desk, so it will lend itself to be arranged into collaboration spaces. So you can group them in series of 6, spread them apart easily. The lion's share is going to the secondary level. I know that the middle school was, the furniture was coming up on 20 plus years. So those were starting to show their age. As you know, as I explained earlier, the elementary schools were all on tables, group tables. Obviously can't do the physical distancing with those. With the summer purchase, we carried enough to maintain that 6 feet of distancing with approximately 12 per classroom. And now that we're expanding those numbers, we simply just don't have the inventory. But again, all of the desks are adjustable from, pre-K height all the way up to grade 12. So anything that is purchased, the thought is to move that up to the high school where we actually still have sled desks in the room. So it is an upgrade. It's not the furniture that I showcased for you at our design workshops. However, it's also not the worst furniture. So I think that it does have the flexibility to be used long-term. And as far as the chair number that Vinny showed you, it's not the ideal chair, but it's the economical chair. So students aren't sitting on the floor. So again, not all the first choices, but then again, it's not the last choice on the list. But as someone who's passionate about learning environments, not 100% on the actual selection, but it suits the need and, will carry us into the future as well. So that wasn't really confidence inspiring, I'm sure, but.
No, but I mean, you did, because as you said it, it reminded me that, the high school has said they've needed desks for a long time. But yeah, no, it's tough, right? Because I just keep going back to what sort of Peter said earlier, and like, are we pushing forward, right? Or like, it just seems like we're spending money to tread water at the moment, right? And I know it's a result of the pandemic, but man,
I think if we were to go with the worst selection, which is the most economic, if we're only looking at dollars and not looking at future learning environments, then buying new sled desks probably would have been the cheaper option, right? But I think this is one step in the right direction. And if I took you and showed you some of the desks that are still in the high school, it's actually a music chronology, right? You get to see everything from Led Zeppelin to ZZ Top to Rush.
Yeah, no, I probably
all through the years
carved them myself.
We sanded those out. Any Politos we saw, we sanded them. So yeah, hope I get that's one silver lining, is that we will have updated furniture for the high school through all this.
So after 5 hours, it starts to go downhill and people get a little slap happy. So let's just vote. Michelle?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Julia,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
David,
Yeah.
Dana,
Yes.
Michelle Bailey, yes. Okay. I'm gonna skip the chair's report. Honestly, if you're okay with skipping the superintendent's, oh, maybe C.
See, let's see.
Maybe C and D.
Yeah, just super fast. As you know, Ben is out on paternity leave, so just wanted to let you know that Karen Hartley is taking over for him, doing a really nice job, getting nice feedback around that. And Ben is coming in on Wednesdays so that we're keeping that connection for him while he's out. And then you've probably seen either on the website or through social media that we are beginning kindergarten orientation that will take place on March 11th. And then the week right after that, kindergarten registration begins. Again, another positive sign that there is a future beyond this and starting to enroll our youngest students for next year.
All right. Also gonna skip all of the committee reports. We'll do the consent agenda.
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee approve the consent agenda as presented. And no changes shall be made.
Yeah, I didn't ask if anybody wanted to pull anything, but we'll see if that gets a second. Sorry.
I'll second it.
And we will vote. Michelle,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes. Yes.
Julie,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Dana,
Yes.
Michelle Bailey, yes. Okay. We're gonna skip okay, so David and Dana. So we can go into executive session, but we don't have another meeting scheduled until after our next meeting. So we could just do the executive session on the 10th. How do you feel about that?
Let's do it right at the beginning of the next one, and then they'll start the next meeting at 6.
Well, the next meeting is already started at 6 because that's when the hearing is starting.
Oh.
If we're gonna do
Oh,
it.
okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was thinking.
So, but we could do it in that meeting sometime. Is that, okay. All right, so we'll do that then. So, so I'm gonna take a motion to adjourn.
All right. And I
Wait,
just
I
want to let you know, I just want to let in, I'll touch base with you tomorrow. I know you had that question that I think I could probably just talk to you about offline.
Oh, Julia has something.
I just want to make sure we still do the chair's report, the school committee protocols, and
Yeah.
the school committee workshop. Okay.
We're
To
gonna
make
throw
sure
that
we
all
tackle
over-
that at some point.
Throw that all over to the next one. All right,
Okay.
great. Taking a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn at 12:07.
Okay, second.
Second.
Great. Michelle,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Julia,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Dana,
Oh, boy, yes.
Michelle Bailey, yes. Great. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.